How about new?
Gee, it's not even going in. It's just falling straight out. It's a whole something happening.
Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. Together, we have the same mission. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in. Don't back down. and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts are inscribed the values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly declares, "In God we trust." And it's why we proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with deep faith, big dreams, and humble beginnings. The next generation of American leaders never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage to be yourself. America is better when people put their faith into action. Pray to God and follow His teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its Creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
to think things over. I better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm older. Mountain I must climb feels like the world upon my shoulder. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life grows colder. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can like love has finally found me. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. I can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. you're alone, 'cause I'll be gone.
What if it turns out better than you could have ever imagined? What if all of the changes that you're making in your life right now are leading to something more beautiful than you could have ever envisioned? Yes, things could go wrong. Yes, things could go sideways. But they could also turn into a beautiful miracle. You don't know. So I challenge you, next time you're overthinking or you're doubting something, put that thought in your mind. What if things turned out better than I could have ever imagined? Because they might.
Here tonight as a determined American who loves our country. And my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America. On this day, we start the beginning of a new American century. A time when we turn our heads forward with persistent and relentless focus on protecting our communities, our families, and our country, with our feet firmly planted on the ground, and by holding individuals accountable for their actions.
Does he have the temperament to be commander-in-chief?
Yeah, no doubt. I think the American people are much, much smarter than you know. We should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country and our way of life. If we lose freedom here, there is no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
you want to take over a planet, okay, if you want to completely take over a planet, the first thing that you have to do is you have to take out the alpha males or the strong males from the planet. Because the strong alpha males protect the divine feminine. Through television and films, how they are feminizing men more and more and more. You'll see men dressed up in female clothes. The cane is a phallus or male energy. The two circles on either side are to control the male energy. This is not to empower the female in any way. This is a trick to make it look like that it's empowering the female, when in fact it is taking away the protection from the female. The feminism movement that happened in the 60s was to destroy the family unit from the inside out.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed.
General William Walker, the commanding general of the District of Columbia National Guard. Major, thank you for joining us this morning. Can you start out by saying what the current threat level is? Do you have what you need in place to counter it?
Good morning, sir. I do believe we have everything. If I can first say happy holiday for Dr. Martin Luther King, and please allow me to say how proud I am of the almost 25,000 National Guardsmen who have come in from all 50 states and territories to help support the Secret Service and the police departments with a peaceful transition of military power, 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 with a peaceful transition of military power.
I've been searching for you.
You remember that, Patriots, when my intro was 15 seconds long? And then it jumped up to about 30 seconds, and then a minute, and then a couple minutes, 15, 30. Oh, my Patriot friends, it's been one shitheel of a day, if I'm being honest with you, which I always am. And I'm going to let you in on my shitty day while broadcasting all the shitty news. It's not all shitty news. I suppose there's some good news, but I found myself in a weird place today reading a post, and it wasn't just the post that put me in a weird spot. The post itself wasn't very cheerful. It made it sound like it'll be about another year before we can celebrate, but it wasn't official. And what does that even freaking mean? You hear people say it like, I'm waiting for this to be over. What the hell does over exactly look like with this? I'm waiting for it to end. What's the end look like exactly? Well, we could go by what they said in the intro here. Power back to the people. This is not power back to the people yet, okay? We're not there, obviously. Or I wouldn't probably be in a crap mood right now and living off ramen noodles. And you guys are feeling it too. I get it. I know it. We talk about it all the time. And it's not that just that. It's a lot of other things. There's a lot of poor and broken people in this country. The middle class was devastated. It was destroyed. And a lot of us are still hanging on by a thread. So we don't feel very powerful. I'm not trying to complain. I'm not trying to say that they're not doing what they say they're doing. I'm just saying we're not there yet. Let's move forward and I will get you where we're going. Filmmaker Oliver Stone will testify at a U.S. House hearing Tuesday on documents related to JFK's 1963 assassination. This is kind of interesting because I was under the impression he was testifying regarding NBC's video of Oswald near the limousine. Obviously, being the one who made the badass movie it is about the assassination, he probably saw some documents. What did he see in those documents? And has he been holding on to it all this time? We'll find out tomorrow. He'll be testifying. U.S. bank officials suspect that Terry Dolan, vice chair of U.S. Bancorp, was a victim of yesterday's plane crash in Brooklyn Park. While the medical examiner's office is yet to confirm his presence on board, all signs point to him being on the plane. He was with U.S. Bank for 26 years. This is the crash. What's left of the crash.
Our street's probably going to be blocked.
Maybe. Crashed into a residential house. And to be honest, I have not seen any reports as to whether people were home at the time or not. Elon Musk was at CIA headquarters today discussing reducing the agency's size. I would like him to reduce it to 0, but that's probably me being a little hopeful. Let's talk about Elon Musk for a minute and some of the things he said as of late.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy, and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me? I'm like, guys, you know, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. I mean, it's really like, I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, you know, but you don't have to burn it down. Okay? But much. That's somebody else's car. Leave it alone. Thanks, guys.
Yes, that's somebody's, what? How much those things cost, I wonder? A Tesla truck. It's probably like $100,000 vehicle. I wouldn't drive one if I had the $100,000 to spend on one, to be honest with you. They're the ugliest, freaking, weirdest, put together piece of junk I've ever seen. No offense to Elon, but it's a piece of crap. Let's talk about Mars here, what he said.
I will die in America. I'm not going anywhere.
I will too.
Yeah. I mean, I might go to Mars, but that will be part of America.
Yeah. Might be part of America. You know, I saw something today. I had a little extra time this morning, and I dove into some real deep research. And I think I've made a decision on this Earth thing. The Earth, unfortunately, is not flat. I know that's going to upset some of you. And we're not going to discuss it. But I don't believe the Earth is flat. And I don't know that Mars will ever be part of America, but, well, you know, I think we've got some other problems we got to deal with first. But let's get back into the issues here.
And then Social Security Administration automatically sends you in the mail your Social Security number. No interview, no ID.
This is worth, just reiterating. It's not, people sometimes think that under the Biden administration that he was simply asleep at the switch. He wasn't asleep. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent...
So we know that already, right? We knew they bring in all the illegals to affect the election, right? Well, what he's telling you here is, remember all those people they found on Social Security that don't even live in this country and are like 500 years old? Pretty sure he's telling you that that was all about manipulating the election as well. People voting that don't even exist. But they've got a Social Security number, and they're on Social Security. Nobody bothered to look up the fact that they're 300 years old because we don't, you don't have to have ID to vote anymore, and you can do it in the damn mail. So Elon Musk says the organization will investigate why so many members of Congress suddenly become rich, accumulating generational wealth during their years in government service. All I can say is it's about freaking time. I wish he had done this right off. Will anyone be held responsible? Well, that remains to be seen. Some people on Trump's side of things seem to be questioning whether that's going to happen or not, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. The U.S. Department of Energy is really starting to piss me off. They're better at putting up posts on X than doing anything. They've done nothing but put posts up on X. Me, when someone tries to explain how gas stove bans are good for Americans. That's bright and nice, but you promised to cut our energy bills in half day one. This is day what now? Anybody? 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 Transparency. I'm waiting for it. But I'll tell you what. Nothing about what is happening right now is transparent. Nothing. And I'm going to explain that too. First, we'll continue with the news. Going Rogue with Laura Logan, episode 8. Yeah, what this is about. They're discussing how China's been buying up. Yeah, change the channel. Get pissed. You should get pissed. If you think this is Trump land news, you're on the wrong fucking channel. All right? I'm not here for politics. I'm not here to kiss ass. I'm here for the people. And I will call people out when I think they're in the wrong. China's been buying up ports all over the world. And America's finally looking at it as a problem. It's a huge problem. It's a defensive problem when you've got ships coming into every port around the world and you don't trust the country. We'll talk about that because what they've done is they've blocked the purchase. BlackRock was trying to purchase the Panama Canal. They blocked that purchase from happening. BlackRock, who's supposed to be in the safe hands of Donald Trump's now CIA. So they're not supposed to be the BlackRock that owns everything in the world anymore. They do, but they're not the evil BlackRock anymore. If you follow me here, probably fucking not. But so try and imagine that, okay? They've somehow taken over the largest company in the world, Trump's people. Last night they sent more people to El Salvador, 17, despite the judge's orders, which I won't complain about. 17 more they sent last night, despite the judge saying no. Where'd I put that? Somewhere in here, I have a picture of the judge saying, no, we're still blocking you. But let's talk about El Salvador for a minute, and let's talk about that transparency for a minute. This next video you're going to need to pay real good attention to. And I'm going to point some things out. Don't listen to what she's saying. It doesn't matter. We've seen it before. Today. Now, to the left of her, there's a guy standing. The guy standing at the very bottom left of the cell. What I want you to do is pay attention to his hands.
And visiting this facility. And first of all, I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists here and to incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence that they have perpetuated in our communities. I also want everybody to know, if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face.
Did you see it?
First of all,
did you miss it? Let's try that again. Backing up, watch his hands.
Illegally. This is
and
one of the
glitch. Now, why would that happen? Because she's not really in El Salvador. She's standing in front of a green screen. Now, when I first saw this video, I already thought she was standing in front of a green screen, because when you're standing in a cell full of killers, a woman in front of a cell with thousands of killers behind you, they're yelling, they're cursing, they're dancing around. They're not just standing there staring at the camera. I thought it was a green screen to begin with, but she made it clear she had taken a trip down there. Well, I hate to tell you this, but she lied. So much for transparency. Why? I don't know. I don't have the reason. But that is not her in El Salvador. That is her standing in front of a green screen. The video behind her was recorded of the prisoners. The video of her standing in front of a green screen is a separate video. That's why when his hands glitch, you don't see the rest of the video glitch. Why would they do that? Your guess is as good as mine. Still waiting on that transparency. Holy cannoli, look at his hands. Yep. Got that. Let's move on. ICE agents probably should beware.
Shoot at ICE agents on sight. That's right. If ICE agents are trying to take you or a loved one, shoot them on sight. The way they're pulling up with masks on, with unmarked vehicles, no badge, no nothing, it could be anybody. It can be gang members. You have every right to shoot at them. This would be the best self-defense case. You're just in fear for your life. You don't know who's behind that unmarked vehicle or who's behind that mask. This is ridiculous. What is our country coming to? Why would you want to be an ICE agent anyway?
Well, let me tell you something about America, Paunchy. You can't just shoot people that pull up on you, even if they're wearing masks, even if they got a gun in their hand. Let me ask you this. If somebody's standing 10 feet away from you, 20 feet, really doesn't matter, and they're pointing a gun at you, can you pull yours out and shoot them? No, you can't. And this is just idiotic anyway. And I really hope they look into this guy, because what he's doing is turning ICE agents into a target, and he needs locked up for it. It is all a stage play, Noreen, but we're supposed to be the players, not the fools and jesters. Let's talk about the Sinaloa cartel.
As President Trump and I have stressed many times before, economic security is national security. One of the most important roles we play at Treasury is safeguarding American interests against foreign adversaries. Today, I'm proud to announce that we've taken decisive action against the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most notoriously violent criminal and drug trafficking organizations in the world. Our administration is committed to cutting off their funding and neutralizing the threat.
Now, did you just hear that? Do I need to rewind that? President Trump and I are dedicated in cutting off their funding. What funding? Why would our U.S. Department of Treasury be funding the fucking Sinaloa cartel? What the actual fuck? I'm beside myself sometimes when I see this crap. It's the absolute... I don't even have words for the stupidity. And in a sad turn of events, this woman who survived the piece of shit like Jeffrey Epstein is dying. Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking victim, Virginia Guffey's disturbing Instagram post claims they've given me 4 days to live. She was struck by a bus. One of the most prominent accusers of disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, who also alleged she was abused by Prince Andrew, was in a serious accident and is receiving medical care. An Instagram account claiming to belong to her posted a photo Sunday of her looking bruised and claimed she was hit by a school bus, went into renal failure, and only has 4 days to live. Forbes was not able to verify the account, but Deanie Von Muffling, Guffey's spokesperson, told Forbes she is receiving medical care in the hospital and greatly appreciates the support. They're talking about putting her into witness protection. Probably would have been a good idea before she got hit by a bus. You kind of want to protect the most important witnesses in the country. What the fuck are we doing, America? And let's talk about Ukraine and Russia.
Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal on rare earth. And now he's saying, well, you know, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems.
Yeah, he's planning on it. That's because the countries in Europe came along and said, well, we'll give you more money for your rare earth minerals and we'll get you into NATO. Yeah, over our dead body and World War III, you dumb sons of bitches. Seriously, they're trying to break out war. Zelensky is going to get himself killed if he backs out of this deal that he's already shook hands on with Trump. Shit will hit the fan, and it will hit the fan fast. Let's talk about Russia for a minute and Putin and all the time he spent with the Jews.
To the White House as a personal guest. The difference between Poland and Russia is a vibrant, dynamic Jewish community. I was in Moscow on Simchas Torah night. There were 1,000 people there. There were 13 oligarchs in the room. Their net worth was $30-some-odd billion. Now, what shul in America has people worth $30 billion in the shul for dancing? At 3:30, at 4, so we were dancing till 11 o'clock, and then we had a break, and then we had the dancing again. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we went on the street, and at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm walking home with Rabbi Lazar. You'd think he'd be impressed that he had these oligarchs worth $30 billion. He said to me, I had success tonight. I said, what was your success? He says, 3 guys decided to get a bris, and 4 guys decided to put on tefillin. But we're talking here a different kind of world. You know, they house a row of Mercedes in front of the shul, each guy with a driver and bodyguards, and these guys are dancing inside like everybody else. They run the economy of Russia. The difference is we're the Jewish establishment in Russia. There's no Jewish Federation. We are the Jewish Federation. There's no ADL. We are the ADL. There's no AJC. We are the AJC. Judaism in Russia is run 98% by Chabad. It's a different ballgame. It is the most amazing Jewish community that I've ever been to in my life. It is so well organized. There's schools in this town with 1,000 students, with 50,000 Jews. It's an amazing place. I mean, now there's challenges, and everything in the city is run by Jews. The shopping centers are owned by Jews. Both airlines are owned by a Jew. The banks are owned by Jews. The gas stations are owned by Jews. The whole downtown, everything is owned by these oligarchs. In fact, the governor now, on behalf of Ukraine, is one of these oligarchs. One of the other elements for the success of Judaism in Russia, even though he's not so popular right now in the United States, has been the friendship to the Jewish world of the president of Russia, which is Vladimir Putin. And you have to ask yourselves, why is this so? I heard a great line from a professor of mathematics, Novosibirsk. He told me like this: Putin may not be good for Russia, but he's definitely good for the Jews of Russia. Putin may not be good for Russia, but he's definitely good for the Jews of Russia. Why is he good for the Jews of Russia? Because when Putin was a young child, he lived in an apartment building in St. Petersburg. And he would come home every day from school, and his parents were out working, and in the same entrance, in the same apartment or the adjacent apartment, there lived a religious Hasidic family. And when he would come home, and there was nobody to take care of him, they would do his homework together with him. And he spent his youth growing up basically in the house of an Orthodox Jew. So he feels a tremendous sense of hakoras hatov, of recognition for good to the Jews, and what he got, all his childhood friends were Jews. And I also think he sees the positive effect that they have in building Russia as a new country, the fact what the rabbis do in Russia and the shluchim are doing in Russia. Russia is a different mentality.
So what does this really mean? Vladimir Putin, tight with the Jews. Well, what does it mean? That means the real Vladimir Putin that took office a long time ago, yeah, he was tight with the Jews. The guy that runs Russia now, if you think that's Vladimir Putin, you need to go get glasses. Moving forward.
People know that Adolf Hitler didn't kill himself in a bunker in Berlin as the Red Army closed in. I think that's, we all know that was a fabricated story, or if you watch this show, you probably understand that. Hitler actually fled Germany weeks before that using a group of underground tunnels that led to an airstrip. And that airstrip was flown. He was flown from Berlin out. It took submarines, or multiple submarines that were used, U-boats that were then sent to Argentina. In other words, Hitler lived for nearly 2 decades more in Argentina, along with vast numbers of the Third Reich. Well, now Argentinian President Javier Milei has just ordered the release of all remaining documents on all of those Nazis who fled Germany and moved to Argentina after World War II. Basically, it was almost like a second base of operations in Argentina. If you're not familiar with,
it's because their third base was in America. That's where the rest of them came. So you're about to find out, if you didn't already know, that Hitler officially did not commit suicide in a bunker. If you didn't already know that, which you should know that by now. Javier Milei is going to release the proof. So, you know almost certain who is dead. Me? That's how I feel today, empty and dead. Still on the same topic for a minute, unfortunately.
So the president of Argentina, you know, the crazy looking dude that gave Elon that fucking chainsaw for chopping out fucking corruption, he's getting on the declassification party. He dropped a bunch of classified documents from Argentina.
This is a problem right here. All right. Here's a big problem we've got in the world right now. And I just realized it today watching people argue round earth and flat earth. There are so many brand new so-called experts in the world with microphones. You know what I'm saying? At least I've got a degree in broadcasting, but yeah, everybody's a fucking expert now. They read the newspaper in the morning and they're on the air by the afternoon. Experts galore, spreading information, and then people take that information and then they spread it because they believe it. And there is a lot of horse shit going around by these brand new so-called experts. It's problematic. But I get it. Why? Because the only other people talking about it are all feds and CIA guys that we're really supposed to trust. 4 or 5 CIA guys sitting in a group talking about the future. Like, that's the problem we're having. We're surrounded by this and that, and it's problematic, and it's ruining this fucking side of things, in my opinion. And so we'll move on.
So the other day I watched this documentary, and I think everybody needs to watch it. First it starts talking about this topic. This one kind of blew my mind. Then it goes into the rules of Germany. No charging interest on any loans. That's an interesting one. Imagine that lifestyle. Then we get into this one. Germany has no debt, no inflation, and no unemployment. Huh. But then this one takes the cake. No poison gas was ever used to kill prisoners in any of the concentration camps. So what actually happened? Typhus. That's why they were shaving everybody's head. And when all the supplies were bombed, guess what? People started to starve. And here's a chart so you can see that. 1941. And remember this story from school? Anne Frank? Typhus. Then you got this rabbit hole. All the people who lied. This is interesting. Then you got the things that happened after the war when the Soviets took over. Look at that. All of a sudden, these appear when they weren't there before.
You know, I've tried to avoid this Holocaust topic for months. Pretty much the entire year I've been doing this. But it's getting unavoidable. The proof is coming out, no matter how you want to wrap your fingers around it, that it didn't happen that way. It didn't happen the way you were taught in school. Most things you were taught in school were bullshit, if you haven't figured that out by now. What's that going to do to your reality when you realize all this shit's fake? I'm asking for you, you know, kind of curious. And I know, I'm sure there's people out there going, God, Jack, you're falling for these stupid conspiracy theories. Yeah, well, I pulled my head out of my ass a long time ago. What's your story? The GOP and MAGA have a Jewish problem. All their declarations of love for Israel and opposition to anti-Semitism are not enough to overcome the discomfort many Jews feel. Yeah, we're about to have a Jewish problem. Do you notice that the division between races is getting worse, not better? And I mean worse, and not just Jews. It's religious differences, color differences. It's getting worse, not better. I find that a bit problematic. And mainly it's because of these so-called experts out there talking about things they think they know, and then all the idiots who watch them go out there and yell, I'm going to go protest now because I watched a fucking YouTube video. Jesus. China, yes, they blocked BlackRock's $23 billion takeover of the Panama Canal ports. Let's talk about BlackRock for a minute.
Owns all the meat packers. There's only 4 meat packers in this country. BlackRock owns them all. And you can say to them, you need to do antitrust suits against those meat packers. The meat packers are keeping the price of meat high and the price of cows low. So the farmer gets hurt, the consumers get hurt, and they make the money because they've got a monopoly. There are many other things like, BlackRock owns all the pharmaceutical companies, and we can start regulating the pharmaceutical companies so that they behave less like a cartel.
Sorry, I had to tell Ardu in the chat that I can't even afford coffee. So that's Robert Kennedy telling you what he knows about BlackRock. They fucking know everything. Pretty clear on that. They don't really care about the meat packing. That's just as bad. Somehow they're supposed to be in our possession now and buying the Panama Canal for Trump. Oh, it's just, oh my God.
I want to tell you something about the blackmailing situation with RFK Jr. This is something that nobody else is going to tell you. And I hope that you will take this to heart, because we are literally in the greatest, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm not making this up, we are in the literally the greatest transformation of human history. Why? Listen carefully, guys. Never before in the history of the human race has humanity experienced what we are going through right now. Never, ever has this happened before. I mean, for centuries, humanity has been ruled and reigned by indescribable, evil forces of darkness. They've been terrorizing us in every imaginable way. We are right now living in the exact time in the course of eternity where the human race is about to be delivered, where humanity is busy being set free from these forces of evil. Donald Trump is not just some dude. He's not just a politician or a businessman. He knows that he was born for a reason. He's been attacked for a reason. He's been slandered, accused, smeared, betrayed, stabbed for a reason. Because he is the one vessel chosen to turn the tide, to shift the world from darkness to light. And we can have all kinds of criticisms on his character, his personality, his hairstyle, whatever, it doesn't matter. It matters that he is the one who was chosen to change the world from evil to good. He has stopped USAID, which was funding, listen, which was funding literally every imaginable work of evil around the freaking world. The bribery, I mean, the funding of corrupt politicians in every nation of the world, it was financed by America through USAID. The promotion of pornography, LGBTQ, transgenderism, all that sexual perversion was funded by USAID. Terrorist organizations were funded by USAID, geoengineering, you name a work of evil around the world, it was funded by America through USAID. Trump has stopped that. We have no understanding of the epic proportions of what is happening in our day. And RFK is part of that. And he is not perfect. Who is perfect? I got my past. I tell you, I can write you a book about the stuff I've done. I can write a book about what Donald Trump has done. I can write a book about every single person who is called to play a role in this deliverance, in this transformation. It is typical for humanity to make mistakes, to fall into traps, to there is dirt on all of us. Let me tell you something. How can we overcome the attacks on the people that are chosen to be an instrument of deliverance for humanity? Even though they have mistakes, they have background, they have a past, they have stuff. Listen, this is going to open your eyes. And nobody's going to tell you. You can see thousands of videos on X. I don't think anybody's going to tell you this. But the essence of the...
Look, I just want to say this. At the end of the day, and I'm not a betting person, and I don't have money. If I did, I would probably bet it on Trump and what's happening. But I'm also a logical person, and while most logic goes along with what he's saying, there's things that worry all of us. And I feel like Trump made one vital mistake. This is how I feel. If I'm being honest with all of you, I feel like Trump made one vital error, and that was not truly empowering the public. They've empowered us with some knowledge that's made us pretty scatterbrained, to be honest with you, but we've learned. But there's a lot of people hanging on by their by their shoelaces. They're losing their homes. They're living in their cars. They are... and I don't know how to feel about that. Is he going to do something about that? Sure. If he had just given people money, would they have all gone in and voted for him? Sure. And I get why things happen certain ways. And I get they've got to clean up USAID. They've got to account for money. They've got to do paperwork. So I get it. But here we are, and I'm hoping I'm not putting too much faith into this April 2nd Liberation Day, because I feel like it's the official end of the Federal Reserve, which is another step that has to happen, because this money, if we are given money as public, empowered with money, it has to be done from the new system, not the one we're in now. And so to do that, you have to kill this system and bring in the new one. So I'm not understanding to the situation. I just see so many people that I wonder how much longer they can hold on. I wonder how much longer I can hold on. My situation is not great by any means, but I survive, we survive, and my faith remains pretty strong. So, yes, on the one hand, I'm having a bad day and it's got me cussing up a storm, but, I really try not to get to where I feel like this, but some days things just don't look so positive. What's the matter? What's going on in my chat? I don't think you actually add that $sign. I think it's just there. Yeah, I think that's how that works. I don't know much about money-related things, guys. Yeah, well, you're right, Ken. Art of War, Deflection, Deception. And it's great for confusing the enemy, which is something they've got to do. But it sure leaves us confused, But we're trying to figure it out. We want to figure it out. I pride myself in knowledge, and I feel so goofied up lately because things are so back and forth. And like I said, and it wasn't any offense to that guy doing the video, there's so many experts now that I would never want to put out information that I wasn't sure about, backed up by some news or something. Like, I just couldn't get on YouTube and pretend to be an expert at something. Oh, you guys didn't like that, huh? Everybody changed the channel on that one. You guys all got YouTube channels, do you? Look, saying it like it is. We'll move on. And I haven't even gotten in the part that a lot of you aren't even going to like yet, because a lot of you were probably stuck during the pandemic, and you have no idea what's coming for you, but we're going to talk about it. And I hope to God we're wrong. I want to talk about this scientific study released real quick. I'm sure this is going to get me in trouble, but it is a scientific study, so they can kiss my ass. Baby monkeys that were given vaccines according to the U.S. vaccination schedule had abnormalities in the region of the brain affecting social and emotional development. aka autism. So they took some poor monkeys because they're cruel pieces of shit. Sorry, I don't condone animal torture. And they shot him up with every vaccine that a regular baby would get. That's what happened. So, Noreen, yours went through. I don't know, maybe you have to capitalize thing. That's an I in the middle. It's Jordan I. Russell. Maybe that's the confusion because it looks like an L. Sorry, guys. Here's another thing that's going to get you. This woman took her baby into the doctor. And, well, she took it in the hospital, was having problems. And they said, your baby's got very high levels of lead in its blood. So she went home with lead testing kits, started testing everything she could to figure out how her baby was getting poisoned with lead. You know what she found out? Cheerios. Those right there, when it turns pink, it means it's covered with lead. Those are Cheerios in that picture. I didn't play the video because I have a feeling I'd get in trouble for it because her video got taken down. So, Cheerios. I won't eat Cheerios. They make me feel like shit for some reason. And I think it's the zinc in there because some reason I don't do well with zinc. But, yeah. So, maybe don't feed your baby Cheerios. All right. Now, let's talk about this. Yeah, I won't eat Cheerios. I won't touch them. Is she sending it to a lab for full analysis? She should. And they took her video down. She put the proof up and everything. I mean, I feel bad for her. All right. I got to show you this Charlie Kirk video real quick.
You're part of the problem, I think, with the hatred on trans people. It's really not that deep. Like, if someone wants to dress up however they want, that's totally fine.
Okay, so
and I think
I'm
that's
not
where the
preventing
hatred
you. I'm
comes
not
from.
preventing you from dressing up like this. However,
Like-
let me ask you a question. I will
Go
flush
ahead,
this
go
out.
ahead.
So let's pretend you say you are a woman.
Yeah,
and
let's pretend.
I know you are a man, but I refuse to
But-
call you a woman.
Okay.
Who's the hateful one?
I would say you are.
Sorry about that.
You're part of the problem, I think, with the hatred on trans people. It's really not that deep. Like, if someone wants to dress up however they want, that's totally fine.
Okay, so
and I think
I'm
that's
not
where the
preventing
hatred
you. I'm
comes
not
from.
preventing you from dressing up like this. However,
Like-
let me ask you a question. I will
Go
flush
ahead,
this
go
out.
ahead.
So let's pretend you say you are a woman.
Yeah,
and
let's pretend.
I know you are a man, but I refuse to
But-
call you a woman.
Okay.
Who's the hateful one?
I would say you are. I mean, I wouldn't.
So
I
you're
wouldn't
going to
appreciate
force
it.
me and
I'm
shame
not
me?
forcing
No,
you
hold
to
on a
do
second.
anything, man.
I'm the hateful one.
It's really just like common courtesy.
It is never
that much
common
effort?
courtesy to lie. You do
Okay.
not become a thing just because you say it, you are the thing. And
So-
guess what? Nobody in the history of the species that was born XX or born XY and transitioned is able to change their chromosomes. Every
Yeah.
one of your cells is coded either XX or XY.
But
And
that's
it is an
where-
insult to women everywhere in this audience and across the country that's saying that you could just wear makeup and dress like a woman, undergo surgery, that you magically become a woman. And it is the abolition of women and is the abolition of reality. And we see great unjust human suffering because of it.
I mean, come on, guys. On what planet is that normal?
You're part of the problem.
Look at him. Look at this guy. What planet is that normal? I don't understand it. I mean, if he feels better that way, more power to him. More power to him. But like Charlie said, I hate to say Charlie's right there. If you're going to force somebody to call you a woman, you're trying to change our society, our beliefs, our world. And I'm going to show you something else regarding this. Now, yesterday we watched this video, and I have to show you this piece again because I'm going somewhere with this.
You know, they're fighting for survival.
And black people need to understand, white people can never accept integration because it will lead to biological extermination. Now, let me say that one more time. White people would be ridiculous.
Wrong. Black people will never accept integrating with white people, and this is why.
Why, as a black person, I wouldn't go back to Vienna, Austria. Let me just say this. It's not for the blacks. I was there for 3 whole days, and guess how many black people I saw? 3 total. And one of them was me in the mirror. And don't even get me started on the food. Bland, dry, unseasoned. Y'all know I try to give European food a chance, but at this point, it's a losing battle. If you love museums and architect, Vienna is cute or whatever. But if that ain't your thing, baby, there's nothing else for you here. Nothing. I was just out there existing. So why did I even go? Child, I was just trying to be different. Step out my comfort zone. But let's just say I stepped right back in. Vienna, checked off the list, never again. Is this a place you would try?
Sounds like you didn't do very well out of your comfort zone. That's kind of the point of taking a trip out of your comfort zone. That's my point right there. She wasn't happy because she only saw 3 black people on her trip. It's ridiculous. I mean, come on. I just don't even know what to say about it. I wouldn't say anything about it because I think just even talking about it's a racist issue, but this guy had to make this video saying white people will never integrate with black people. Let me tell you what else is a problem. Take a look at this video. This is dated today. Take a look at who's in this video, fellas, ladies.
We're live! We are live, baby! We're live!
That is supposedly George Floyd alive and well. Is it? I don't know. It says we're live. It says it's live. That sure looks like him. It says at the top, crisis actor.
We are live, baby!
We're alive! We were just fucking with you. No black person died. We were just trying to start a race riot when we had the police pretend to kill me. Huh. Gee, I remember people saying that back then and getting called crazy. Oh, shit. Who's the crazy one now? Just gets better and better. While we're on the racial issues, let's talk about Trump for a minute. Everyone calls him a racist, and you don't know how wrong you are. So the picture you saw of Trump and Epstein, that's at Mar-a-Lago, not Epstein Island, the club that Trump owns, which was also the only club in Palm Beach at the time that allowed blacks and Jews. And that was only because Trump refused to follow that ordinance. He actually sued Palm Beach for being racist against blacks and Jews. Now, does that sound like a racist person? Trump later banned Epstein from the club because he found out Epstein made passes at the 14-year-old daughter of another member. And in 2002, he publicly outed Epstein as a pedophile, long before Epstein was investigated or charged. In 2005, all of Epstein's contacts were subpoenaed, except for Trump, because he came forward willingly. Just wanted to point that out. The racist man that went and sued Palm Beach for being racist. Does that sound like a racist? I know, Thor. I'm getting some coffee. You better believe it. As soon as Field McConnell comes on, Jack's getting coffee. All right. Now, let's move into some other things. Not done quite yet.
All of you that don't have a clue what's going on, I'm going to explain something to you. And I hope and pray that you listen. 2017, Trump's inauguration speech is where it all starts. He came out and said, "Today we are not transferring power from one administration to the next, or from one party to the next, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, a lot of people." What he did that day, a lot of people don't understand. He eliminated the entire act of 1871 right there. He had military intelligence on one side of him,
They monitor everything. They record everything. Emails, text messages, phone calls, etc. He had military tribunal judges on the other side. And he told you, for too long, a small group of people have reaped the rewards of government while the people have bore the cost. And he said that stops here. That stops now. That stops today. Right after that, he did an executive order, 13818-13903. The 13903 was arrest all involved in human trafficking worldwide, seize any and all property of anybody involved in human trafficking worldwide. That took out all your royal families, all of your government officials right fucking there. It took out presidents through other countries, ex-presidents, actors, rappers, country singers, etc. Okay? Men, Executive Order 13818 was put in place to protect we, the people. Inside of that, it tells you property blocked for human rights abuse and corruption. The corruption part's easy. All your federal, state, city, county, local laws, all your state statutes, all of your fucking gun laws, including background checks for guns that don't exist. And they haven't since 2017. The human rights abuse part is this. Go look up Universal Human Rights Declaration Act, Articles 1 through 30, and it tells you right there, you were born free to live free. You were never supposed to be charged anything to live freely. In other words, you were not supposed to pay your rent, your mortgage, your loans, your credit cards. You're not supposed to pay for any damn thing. That is backed up by Abraham Lincoln's executive order, the promissory note. A lot of you guys don't understand that. Okay. In 2020, COVID happened. Okay, COVID, it doesn't exist. It was the vaccine that people ran to the hospital to get. Okay, that vaccine was a bioweapon. It was made to kill people. You'll find that out. However, Trump's warp speed stopped them from actually putting a lot of black and poison in that shit. You'll find that out. Moving on. A lot of people don't understand. On November 2nd, 2020, Trump signed the Proclamation Act of 1776, bringing us back to constitutional law only. He already gave us the power back, made us a sovereign country. Okay, now, moving on. July 4th, 2020, he did a second Declaration of Independence nobody knew about. You'll find that out. Moving on. December 9th, a lot of people don't know this. He signed the Insurrection Act because the government was trying to steal the country back from we the people by stealth. We thought there was supposed to be an election. No, nobody caught on to what he said in 2017. Once he gave power back to we the people, there is no fucking election. There was no more government right there. Gone. The Act of 1871. Bankrupt, dissolved, gone. Bye. Get over it, okay? Because now you're seeing a bunch of federal, state, cops, all kinds of people that are empowered and controlled over we the people being arrested on federal indictments. It's going to get worse. They came out and said that all law enforcement officials will be arrested for operating illegally in the United States Republic. All attorneys will be arrested also because they are a British accreditation registry. It is a foreign organization operating illegally in the United States. Now, everybody thought Trump left in 2021. Okay, no. You need to go look up Executive Order 13961. It was never a transfer of power. It was a continuation of government handing full authority.
Yeah, I know a lot of this we've heard. My concerning part was the way he talked about the vaccine, because the way he puts it is that, you know, he puts it, COVID never existed. It was all about getting you to take the vaccine, right? And they were supposed to be bad, right? And then Trump puts out Warp Speed so he can try and counter what they're doing. They put out billions of vaccines, though. Warp Speed only came up with 200 to 300 million out of billions. That's what has me concerned. I mean, it should concern you. It doesn't have me concerned because I didn't take the fucking thing. But for the people that did, I mean, either it was more on a level like he's saying, or even that itself was a psyop, which I don't entirely understand the point of it, unless they needed us to be locked down in our homes for some reason while they did something else, which could be. But otherwise there could be a lot of poisoned people in the world that are going infertile and don't even know it, which would practically be their depopulation plan in a nutshell. Which makes one have to worry if we're not all on the road to that anyway. I mean, I don't know if people understand the two choices before us. That's what I'm concerned about. There's no going back to normal, guys. Whatever you thought normal was, there's no return at all. There's no Trump ends his term, we vote in another president, and everything goes back how it was. It doesn't happen. It won't happen. Do you understand that? It leaves us two directions. Two. One, Trump means everything he says, and that's where we're headed. Power back to the people. Or he's one of them, and we are being led on while they do their thing. That's the only two choices. There is no alternative. If you know of an alternative, you tell me. I don't see it any other way. And I know this is not the best episode for me to have new viewers on, unfortunately, because most of the time I'm supporty Trump, but we got to be real about these things. We're talking about them. That's what we do. So, and there's a reason why I'm talking about it. Let's talk about that.
Joking about a third term, about possibly wanting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January 20th?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is in a way a fourth term, because the other election, the 2020 election was totally rigged. So it's actually sort of a fourth term in a certain way. I just don't want the credit for the second.
So two things about that video. Number one, he basically just told you he was president while Biden was supposed to be president. Which should tell you we're in a deep operation. But what he's also telling you is he really wasn't thinking of a third term or / fourth term. I've heard some people say it's just made up. Another thing made up by tabloids to get you angry at Trump. Why would that anger you at Trump? It should anger you. We're not a monarchy. We're not moving into a monarchy. I really don't know if I would vote for Trump a fourth time, or third, technically. Not because I don't like him, but because I don't want to have a monarchy. That's not where we're headed at all. People keep telling Trump's king, Trump's Jesus Christ. No. Let's hear what Juan has to say about this. This is short.
country in this kind of a crisis. It may be by divine appointment that's the case.
Do you see him having a third term?
I don't, but I'd be very hesitant personally to kind of go there. I'll let him do whatever he's doing. I wouldn't challenge it if he feels the need and physical strength and mental aptitude to do it. I think.
And you're saying that when we walk back to 2020 stuff, he'll be more than in his right to do so.
Well, yeah, because look, I mean, I've been very direct with your audience. We have the guys in protective custody here in the U.S. within the justice system and military, by the way. And we know that there was an act of war. China interfered directly in the U.S. election 2020.
And if that's the case, which it is, in that fairness, he technically should be allowed another term. But yet that's not counting the fact that he served while Biden was in office. And you know he did. Now look, I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, guys. I'm really not. My concern is you guys, the people. I worry about my people, your people, our people around us. I'm concerned about things. There are homeless people all over the town I live in. They walk around and pick up cans all day, and it breaks my fucking heart. I knew veterans that were on their deathbed still trying to get their benefits from Vietnam. We have things to fix, and that's where my concern lies. Will we get to them? Yeah, we will. I do believe we will. I really do. But I have my concerns. And so I think, does General Flynn, listen to what he has to say.
We cannot move forward. The nation cannot move forward. I don't care how good our how much Trump, adjusts the economy, and he will. But we cannot move forward unless people are held accountable. And I mean very, very senior people, and they all know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about, and I've said it many times. It's the start with Obama and work your way down, right? I mean, maybe you don't throw a former president into prison, but maybe you do. Maybe somebody says, well, who directed you, John Brennan? Who directed you, Jim Clapper? Who directed you, Susan Rice? Under oath, under the lights, and with the threat of prison, okay? And so who directed you? Well, if they say nothing, okay, then that's fine. Then you're going to go to prison. You're going to prison. You're going to prison for treason, okay? Treason. That's a very strong word. It's a very strong word. And like all these pardons, right? These pardons, the only thing that can't overcome a pardon is treason, is the commitment of treason. I mean, I get called a traitor all the time, and I say, well, wait a second, and so if I'm a traitor, why am I walking the streets, right? If I committed treason, why am I walking the streets? I was never charged with that. They dismissed my case because they lied, right? And so, you think Mueller and Wiseman, Andrew Wiseman, who was the deputy to Mueller, would have let me go? Had I was a traitor or that I committed treason? The treason was committed against me as not just Mike Flynn, an Army general, but the national security advisor by a duly elected president of the United States. The outgoing administration under Barack H. Obama committed.
Okay, we get all that part. So, that being said, obviously, he knows that these arrests have to happen, and I don't think he's saying that they should have happened by now or they're not going to happen. I think he's just saying that until that happens, we can't change. We're not free. This justice has to happen. These people need to be locked up, and they may already be locked up. They may be. It could be. I don't know. So, that is that. No, I mean, I can't say. How could I honestly say if I would vote for Trump 3 years from now, 3.5 years from now? That depends on a lot of things happening in 3.5 years. What I am saying is we won't accept a king. And there are people out there that believe that Trump's going to be this king of the world and rule over everything. I don't believe that. I don't buy that. I wouldn't accept that if it did happen. This stuff being said, every day on the U.S. debt clock, they're showing you how much money is being saved. Massive amounts. This from just border crossings going down. They've dropped 94% under Trump. 94%. Saving the average taxpayer $280. Put it in my pocket, man. Doge is saving us a lot of money. They really are. And I think they're showing us, look. Now I sound like one of these money guys. That's wildly. Universal Studios, huh? But yeah, I'm starting to sound like one of those guys all about the money. It's not all about the money. I don't care about money, but I care about seeing my people taken care of and not in this rat race. Gold is still going up, up, up. It's soared above 3,100 on the down note. Silver is going down. Captain Kyle Patriot said, in my opinion, it's another sign today is getting closer where the breakout happens and Wall Street manipulators lose control. At that point, several Wall Street banks will be in trouble because they are massively shorting silver. Let's talk about gold a little deeper real quick.
Gold is about to go into a super cycle.
The Bank of International Settlements covered the last of their bets against a rising gold price. Look, there's only one reason gold is carving out a higher stair-step to rally from in 2024. Every other global central bank, both Western and the entire global South, have been openly on record as well as surreptitiously off record buying physical gold. And this leads to just one conclusion. Global central banks are accruing physical gold so they can revalue this gold at close to the market price. And when any one of these central banks commences this process, it will trigger every other central bank to synchronize. And as soon as this happens, the Fed will have basically one of two options. Either they admit they've sold title to the Treasury gold to multiple parties. Well, clearly that's not an option. Or they're going to have to move to revalue this 831 tons of rehypothecated positions in sync with global central banks so as to avert what would be a foreign exchange imbalance. Bear in mind that gold's a foreign exchange cross. So it would create an FX imbalance, which would trigger multiple repatriation requests from other central banks requiring their undervalued gold to be returned for jurisdictional revaluation purposes.
Now, why did I say that gold is about to go into a super cycle, even though he didn't mention anything about that? Well, consider a few things. Central banks have been buying gold at a record rate quarter after quarter after quarter for the past few years. The reason why they are acquiring so much gold is because they are hedging for what is about to come. If you haven't been living under a rock, you would know that the Federal Reserve has been printing money endlessly, and the money that they print is called the Federal Reserve Note. This Federal Reserve Note is not backed by anything. It used to be backed by gold before 1971, and then we got off the gold standard. Then it got switched over to the petrodollar in 1973, but of course we already know everything going on with the petrodollar, especially with everything to do with BRICS. And what is to come is that we're going to go back to a hard money standard and reset the whole entire economy, in my opinion. And they're going to be revaluing everything all across the board. So these banks that have been buying gold are going to digitize this gold onto the blockchain, which is already happening. HSBC, one of the largest largest banks in the world has already started this process and is offering digitized gold. HSBC is using a platform called Medico. Medico is owned by Ripple, and Ripple and the Bank of International Settlements are partners. And the crazy thing is that all of this is being done in the background. This is why you don't hear about it. But if pulled off successfully, just like that gentleman said, they are forced to reevaluate the price of gold, which, if you think about it, how much money has been printed in the world and how much money is in the world. This is why it will be led into a super cycle. Know what you hold. Let's go.
So if everybody wants their money badly, I mean, wouldn't you rather have it from the new system rather than this old Federal Reserve notes? I know I seem like a downer today, guys, and I apologize, but Trump's going to kick their asses. It'll happen. Let's talk about USAID and Chelsea Clinton for a minute. Remember that earthquake in Haiti that was real bad, like really bad? And lots of people gave money, and Red Cross and all these places. Did it go to the people at the earthquake? No. USAID funneled $84 million to Chelsea Clinton, $3 million for her wedding, $10 million for her mansion. Haiti was left in ruins. While the Haitians starved and begged for help, Chelsea Clinton was cashing in. $84 million in relief funds funneled by USAID was redirected straight to the Clinton family. $3 million for her wedding, $10 million for her mansion, nothing for Haiti. This isn't even alleged anymore. Doge has uncovered it all and proven it. But nobody's in prison yet. We're waiting on that. That's what we're waiting for. Somebody needs locked up for this shit. For years, Clinton Foundation laundered money, abused disasters, and sold influence. After Haiti's 2010 earthquake, they promised homes, hospitals, and help. Instead, the money vanished and Haitians died and Clinton donors got rich. And on top of that, don't forget she had people there trying to kidnap children. That's a fact. $84 million rerouted to her for a $3 million wedding and a $10 million house. How many homes could you have bought in Haiti for $10 million? For $84 million. Well, yeah, that's another thing, too. Also, good authority that earthquake was done on purpose. Oh, I know. Call me crazy. All that money going to people with no experience, no accomplishments, but billions in the bank. Millions. $600,000 job at NBC. A mansion, all bought with stolen aid money. Haitians starved. They lived like royalty. Kind of feels like now, doesn't it? A lot of people living like royalty and a lot of hungry Americans. Poor David Clements. He is being investigated for a 6th time by the disciplinary board for visiting Tina Peters. God, what a crime. He visited a poor woman in jail. That bad son of a bitch. What is wrong with people? Extremely interesting reveal about corruption trying to silence Dave Clements. There's a point to this. USAID directed nearly $500 million in the secretive U.S.-funded NGO Internews Network, which collaborated with 4,291 media outlets, had produced 4,799 hours of broadcasts in 1 year, reaching up to 778 million people, training over 9,000 journalists as of 2023. Do you get now your media is bought, paid for, and government? You should. Many of their outlets that publish news about Clements received USAID funding. The American Bar Association has been proven to receive millions from USAID. And they are going after Clements for calling them out. And don't think they're just trying to manipulate adults. They're after your children, too. Ever heard of the Young Global Leaders?
To give you a warm welcome for many of you to the World Economic Forum headquarters. This is where the magic happens. And you are part of that magic. Feel the magic in these walls. Feel the magic that many leaders, many communities are bringing so that we can come together and create impact that we want in this world. What most of you don't know is that we took a long exercise to work with our advisory board, with our foundation board, with different stakeholders to really refine what's our mission statement. We know that the YGL community is a dynamic accelerator of a dynamic community of exception.
There's nothing as painful as watching the World Economic Forum torture a room full of children with their mind junk. Poor kids. I have no idea they're trying to make them the little future Bushes of the world. Doge would also like former FBI Director James Comey to explain why he authorized a $6 million payment to himself and when he plans to pay it back. Should he be in jail? Yeah. This is what we need to see. That would at least help us know that, hey, somebody's paying for all this shit, you know. All right. I'm going to read this to you because it sounds interesting. The reset begins. The banks are being restructured. The Rothschilds are selling estates, and BlackRock is under military control thanks to Executive Orders 13818 and 13848. The global reset you've awaited is unfolding now. I kind of think it is, too. I mean, I know I'm being bitchy today. I still think there's something to April 2nd. This isn't a drill. The global financial collapse is happening right before our eyes. Untouchable elites like the Rothschilds and corporations like BlackRock are tumbling down. The inferno of justice is unstoppable, and it's happening now. Executive orders, strike orders 13818, 13848 are wiping the smirks off the faces of these so-called gods of finance. They've manipulated markets and human rights without consequence until now. Sanctions are crippling them, marking the end of their financial empires. The fall of the cabal is here. Bank collapses. It's not bad management, it's calculated destruction. From Silicon Valley Bank to Credit Suisse, these financial giants are crumbling. This isn't random, it's justice. Trillions gone. The vast fortunes of these institutions are vanishing. Executive Order 13818 targets human rights abusers. 13848 clamps down on foreign election interference. Together, they're dismantling the financial underpinnings of the global elite. This isn't just a financial reset, it's a complete overhaul of power dynamics, and the elites are losing. And transparency, fairness, and justice are on the rise. God, I hope that's true. I don't think transparency's getting here. Fairness and justice we're hoping for. What's next as we witness the greatest financial reset in history? Prepare for a new era free from the shadow of the cabal. The future is bright and it belongs to us, not the corrupt elite. I really feel like something big is going to happen 2 days from now at this Liberation Day event. Could be wrong. I think the tariffs are going to kick in at the same time a new money system does. Here's how bad the fakery gets. We've seen a couple of this guy's videos, or at least I think we did, until he posted this saying, I don't even have a TikTok. Okay, well, there's definitely a few of his videos that are getting passed around, and apparently he's not making them. That's not good. That's problematic. I don't know who he is exactly even, but I know we watched like 2 of his videos a couple weeks back that came up. Apparently they weren't even his. That's terrible. If Trump gets out of hand, Jesus will bitch slap him back in line. Oh, God, that's funny. This picture here, it's getting passed around, depicting the new Prime Minister Carney of Canada with Maxwell and Tom Hanks, but I am pretty sure this is AI. What do you guys think? That's the problem. People will pass this around. They'll call it fact. I'm just not sure. I'm looking at Tom Hanks's left hand, and his hand just looks kind of funky. I don't know. The colors are a little too vibrant. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's AI. So, shit's getting problematic. I hope we're coming to an end, because if we keep going the way we're going now, with AI getting better, the media about to go down, it's going to be war. So if there is any power left to the deep state, I'd expect war to break out any time now. And I think they're trying. I think who is left is trying very hard to get Europe to start a war. Or they're faking it all because it's part of the PSYOP. And they want you to think there's going to be a war, which is what I believe. I forgot one. Wyoming becomes the first state to require proof of citizenship to vote in all elections. Thank God, Wyoming, for setting the standard. I hope other people quickly take this into account, because Doge has been looking at the election and stuff. I mean, they know that all the illegals that were here in the country basically voted. They know that, and can only imagine how bad that screwed up our election. Kristi Noem revives the Alien Registration Act of 1940, the long dormant Alien Registration Act. Good deal. All right. The Biden admin spent $4 million in tax dollars on a museum to tell a very selective story of the environmental history, EPA history. It costs $600,000 per year to operate, even though only 1,900 people came through in the last 9 months. Today, we're closing it, as they should. $600,000 a year to service a couple thousand people as part of their EPA hoax. Let's talk about the environment for a minute, because what I'm about to play is kind of a horse of a different color and could make you rethink a lot of things.
Well, the spacecraft that is anchored in the center of Greenland created the last ice age 50,000 years ago. It's a weather machine. It's 55 miles wide, 300 miles long, and 2 miles high. The people that lived in it were called the Mois. If you draw a straight line from the spacecraft to the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C., through the Yucatan Peninsula Great Pyramid at Mitsubishi, and ends up on Easter Island, where the Mois have been dug out of this dirt. The heads on Easter Island, well, 2 years ago, they finally went ahead and they excavated, and they're all 65 to 85 foot people, full body carvings. And these were the people that lived in the spacecraft that was uncovered, that's melting out of the ice in Greenland.
Now, believe me, I get how that just sounded. But that's not just a nobody goofy conspiracy theorist. And his name is so slipping me right now. God, what's his name? He's the guy that did the whole hyphen, colon, oh God, what's it called? The syntax. He's a smart dude. He's not some dumb shit. And he's telling you that there is a ginormous spaceship in the center of Greenland, where we do have a space force, surprisingly, and that it is a machine that caused the last ice age. Sounds pretty goofy, doesn't it? And yet there he was telling everybody. What do you make of that? Well, I know how this guy feels.
Everyone that I was close to and that I tried telling about this thing thought I was completely crazy. I tried going to the cops. They thought I was crazy. And the problem with that is I learned to internalize it and just kind of went about my day with two realities. One where I knew this thing was happening, and then another where I was completely acting like I was normal and this wasn't happening. We cannot let the fear of what others think to hinder us from speaking out about this. The time has come. Enough is enough. I want a world without all of this. And whatever I have to do, whatever my part is, I'm going to do it.
How many of you feel his pain? How many of you can rationalize what he's saying? How many of you had to do that? Internalize two realities. I'm assuming he's talking about the pandemic time period. I don't know particularly. You could put in any subject, basically, conspiracy-wise. Don't you feel that way? Like you've had to internalize two realities and just kind of go with it and just live your life and pretend. And yeah, it's nutty. Russell J. Gould. I don't think it was Russell J. Gould. He's the post office guy. I can't remember his name now. Now, why am I pointing out the crazy guy and the conspiracies and all that? Well, I'm going to show you why. And this is how these things get out of hand and craziness goes about the internet. You're going to laugh at this one.
Thanks, Bernard. Now, finally, for now, a mysterious hole on a beach has caused a stir in North Dublin. A local astronomy enthusiast is hoping the crater in Portmarnock could be the aftermath of a cosmic event.
It's a huge, mysterious crater that looks out of this world. But is it? The unusual hole on Portmarnock Beach stopped local astrophysics enthusiast Dave Kennedy in his tracks yesterday, and he's certain the small but heavy rock inside it came from up above.
As you can tell by here, there's a scorch mark on this side here, so that would have been at the angle that it came down at. And it is weighty. I'm not sure if it's composition, but we're definitely going to have to find out.
The striking hole soon caught the attention of passers-by, many hoping that what they're witnessing is the aftermath of a once-in-a-lifetime cosmic event.
Not like it's a beach or anything. I mean, come on, man. You take a couple of guys having fun in the sand, make a hole, and then you throw in a couple of people that work for the media, and that's what you get. A hole in the sand that some guys dug turns into some astronomy event that's like, whoa! I mean, it gives you a different look at the media and the news, doesn't it? Yeah, you go ahead and keep trusting the media. I want to talk about this in Australia. This is odd. When you take out money from a bank in Australia, they ask you what you're using it for. Is this real?
Withdraw cash in Australia. The banks want to know why, so let's go tell them the truth. How much? Around 6,000. What is it for? My missus thinks I cheated on her last week. She's doing my eating, so I need to like give her some cash and a necklace. She doesn't like flowers, she just likes designer handbags and shit.
Time there?
No worries. I don't know why it's important for the bank to know. It's money.
I have to ask.
I've got to go to a beauty salon to bleach my arsehole.
Yeah, there we go.
There's a bleaching package, and yeah, they say you can make it up to 3 shades lighter. Drugs, the devil's lettuce, you would know.
That's what you want me to put John Bernard?
I don't deal it personally. I just connect people together.
Whatever you do, it's your business.
What's the money for?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
We need to ask customer why.
I need it for steroids. Summer's coming up, Stereosonic festivals. I need a shred for summer. I mean, if you must know, I'm transitioning to be a woman, so I have to pay for the surgery. It's an expensive surgery. It's not covered on the Medicare.
Bleaching my asshole. Oh, well, they asked, didn't they? They asked. Personally, I would have told them to kiss my ass. One more video real quick before we get going here.
Sandler is a prolific writer. I think he's written about 50 books. He's 92 years old now and still writing. A few years ago, he wrote and published this book, The Letters of John F. Kennedy. And I've got a short video clip of him giving an interview about that book. And he talks about the role of Israel in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Let's watch.
There's a very surprising series of letters between Kennedy and David Ben-Gurion, not only the premier of Israel, but the founder of Israel, in which they're very angry letters, in which Kennedy is saying to Ben-Gurion, I'm killing myself trying to get a nuclear test ban treaty. I've even got de Gaulle on board, and that's impossible. And you keep testing in Dimona. You've got to stop. And Ben-Gurion, thank you. In so many words, says
We've seen that before, haven't we? I missed that. Okay, so I lied. I've got one more video. This one I want to ask you guys about. I want your opinion. Where I grew up, we were taught that astrology was evil. We were taught that it was Satan work stuff. I want to know what you guys think regarding this video.
Believe in astrology. There is no believing in it. Okay? You either know how to use it or you don't. It was utilized in the ancient world commonly, and today it's used privately, in secret, much of the time. J.P. Morgan, for example, one of his famous quotes attributed to him, millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. Right? This is the man who helped fund the Titanic, had a VIP suite, was scheduled to go the day of, did not show up. This man had a one-of-a-kind pocket watch that would show him the position of the planets and the heavens up above at any given time in the day, and he would invest accordingly. God does not have fingers where he can reach down and move the chess pieces down here on the planet. He has his lights, and those lights, they twinkle and they sing, and they cast their influence down on us. No person would deny that the sun has no influence on the earth. It has a massive influence on everything, all life activity. The moon, equally so. The tides, menstrual cycles, hormones, all these things are controlled by the moon. Everyone accepts that. Everyone's on board with that. The astrologer, all the astrologer seeks to do is say, well, the sun, the moon, yes. But what about Venus? What about Mercury? What about Jupiter?
I guess maybe I should ask this. What is astrology composed of? Is tarot card reading astrology? I don't know. That's the way people always associated. The churches I always knew of taught that it was wrong. But I see a lot of it now. I guess what I'm trying to say. I see a lot of people doing it now, talking about it now. So I'm basically just asking what you guys think. Do you think there's more to it? Do you think it's the work of the devil?
Did you know on a new moon, when there's no moon in the sky, Venus will cast its own shadow? You stick a pencil, a stick in the ground, Venus will cast its own shadow. That's how much light coming across. Star in a jar, the twinkle, where sound turns into light. Frequency in a vacuum results in a light. When you zoom in on these stars, they're just pulsations. And that is a symptom of music, harmony, a pulsating frequency. And each of these planets pulsate at a different color. And what's a color at the end of the day, if not a pitch on a different spectrum? You know, all the ancient philosophers knew this. Each planet has a pitch, a harmony. You can tap into that. Pythagoras was said to be able to hear. He was so tuned in. They're angels. The angles and angels. Angels are angles. Angles of light. Angels of light. How these angels are cast down, how they're angled, will determine what transpires down here. This is the effectual realm down here. The feminine, the earth, the material. This receives the influence from up there, the masculine. Right. Every culture around the world, you say God or their equivalent, it's masculine, and they point up in the sky. You ask every culture about the feminine, they point down and say Mother Earth.
Yeah. It's pretty wild, isn't it? Frequency, sound and frequency in a vacuum makes light, pulsating light. Anyway, I don't know what to make of the astrology side of things. They say presidents still use them, and billionaires apparently. J.P. Morgan used to do all of his investing. Weird. All right. That concludes our news for the day. I'm going to put on Field McConnell. And I'll be with you in the chat as we watch. And I'll be chatting with you. I'm trying to cheer up. I'm getting there. You guys help. All right. David Windmiller. That was the guy's name. Thank you, Daddy-O. Yeah, that was the guy talking about the Greenland spaceship, David Windmiller. Very smart dude. All right, let's get it on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I'm the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today we have Field McConnell in the house. So please, everybody, there is a logo with his name on it on the wall. If you have a question for Field, please feel free to write your question underneath the comments there. Otherwise, if you'd like to ask Field your question, please raise your hand. I will unmute your mic at some point in this podcast. Also, to everybody, I cannot tell you enough. I sit in these X Spaces and other chats enough to tell you guys, be careful. I'm telling you, it's going scorched earth over there on X, and it's crazy. The narratives that they're trying to spin, the infiltrators that are in these rooms, it's scary if your mind isn't right, everybody. So please, everybody, tighten up that circle. Be careful who you follow. If you have 3 to 5 people you followed through this course of your journey, stick and stay with them, everybody, because I'm telling you what, they're more than likely going to get you through this. But if you are not strong in the mind, please stay out of the doom and gloom, blackpilling, the fear mongering. There is a lot of it going on. And also remember, everybody, things aren't always as they seem. So just because they may be saying it to you on the lying stream media doesn't mean it's happening. So please, everybody, I can't implore you enough. Please protect your mind. It is wicked out there. And it's just going to get a little bit more intense as these days, weeks, months continue. So please be careful, everybody. Also, to know that myself or any of these truthers out there, Captain Kyle, Derek Johnson, SG, Alpha Warrior, Rubber Duck, any of us will not randomly reach out to you and ask if you are ready for the scare event, talk to you about financials or your crypto. Please block, report them. Let me know so I can make sure they are not here in the chat. I have seen a couple scammers here in my chat that I have had to remove. So please, everybody, they are near, they are far. You never know how close they are to you. They're snakes in the grass, everybody. So please be careful. Also, too, everybody, if you come in late to the podcast or you'd like to share the podcast with somebody, a family or a friend, please follow the podcast host or the social medias, which are Jenny Jareed Facebook, at Jenny_Jareed X, at J Jareed Rumble, at J Jareed Instagram, at J Jareed True Social, the Revival of America here on Telegram. And we have recently opened up a YouTube, which is the Revival of America. For those of you that can't watch it on Rumble, all the shows are being loaded up on over to YouTube. So that is the Revival of America. And TikTok at the official J Jareed. All of my social medias, everybody, are verified with the blue check mark, or Rumble with the green check mark, except for my TikTok, True Social, and the Revive or YouTube right now, because I'm waiting for those to get verified. So check those out. Also, the podcast hosts are everybody: iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, and Amazon Music. We are being listened to in over 100 countries, everybody. So we are making some noise, some very positive noise. Also, the noise that you're hearing out there, like I was telling you, the fear-mongering, all that stuff, it's just noise. So please stay out of it, everybody. Also, too, check out the website, everybody. It is under construction always. We are adding and deleting. We're adding new things, deleting old things on there. But I think most of all, for you guys to get latest updates on the podcast and the weekly show lineups, sign up for the newsletter. It is free at therevivalofamerica.com. This way you can either listen to the podcast on the website, or you can just get the weekly show lineup. Also, too, everybody, if you have a journey, a story to tell, please reach out to me at therevivalofamerica@yahoo.com. Let us know your story, and we'll get your voices and your story on the show. Because remember, everybody, it's your voice, your story that's going to help in this new world that we are walking into. As Trump says, we have entered the golden age, everybody. So get excited for that. And also, too, there was a bit of a delay for me to get up Alpha Warriors show and Silks. They are up on YouTube and they are up on Rumble. So check those out. Very good information. And with that, everybody, go ahead and start raising your hands. We are going to kind of do a Q&A for you today. I'm looking to see if Mr. Field is in the house. Field, where are you? I don't see him. Anybody see him in here? I see Rubber Duck just entered. What's up, my friend? Rubber Duck, do your little gobble, gobble, not gobble, gobble, but do your duck noise.
How did I even get in here?
How did you get in here?
I saw a post on X and it had a link. It was about Field, I think. And so I clicked it and here I am.
Well, here you are. Yeah, I'm trying to see if Field is here. Where's he at, everybody? We were just talking to him in the other chat. Field, oh Field. So how you doing, Rubber Duck? Your show that we did the other night was quite the hit. I'm so excited that you did that, and you're going to continue to be a part of this podcast. I know you said that the sound next time, don't use your earpieces.
I know. I listened to the playback, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me." And then I'm thinking to myself, I think I've done a few spaces like that too, and I don't know what the hell everyone's giving emojis for. Now I know I must have done that many times.
Well,
so hopefully I've rectified it.
Well, what I have found is when people do shows with their earpieces, the volume is very low. So, but for the most part, Rubber Duck, people listen to it, and a lot of thumbs up, got a lot of great information. So very, very great feedback, and you are highly requested to come back. So I just want to let you know that. And Field is in the house. Hello, Field. Did you get lost for a hot second?
Yeah. In fact, do you mind if I sing you a love song, even though Rubber Duck's listening and being very envious of our relationship?
Yeah, say hi to Rubber Duck. You totally missed his amazing show on Friday.
El Capitan.
Oh, Well, how are you, Mr. Duck, Mr. Rubber Duck?
I'm doing great, Field. I'm doing great. I had my first solo show with Jenny the other day, and we had a lot of fun.
Oh, well, I want to scratch your eyes out, but that wouldn't be very manly. That would be more effeminate. And so why don't we just arm wrestle to see who gets to walk away with the, oh, wait a minute. I forgot I have a girlfriend. And I don't know if Jenny knows that I have a girlfriend, but I do. And we're going to go to a castle in Cornwall. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, on the southwest corner of England. And I don't know if we're going to constipate our relationship. Oh, wait a minute. That might be the wrong verb. Anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Jenny,
that, if you were to do that, you'd really be holding back.
Yeah. Well, I guess I don't want to hold back any longer. I just want to sing. I like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. Well, I can't even. Okay, who said that?
I love that.
Was that Jenny?
That's Rubber Duck. That's Rubber Duck.
Oh,
that's Mike.
Yeah. Okay. Well, disco, disco duck, quack, 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 disco, disco duck, quack, 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 quack. Anyway.
Oh, Field, it's good to hear your voice. You sound sharper than ever, man.
Oh, well, I'm 75, and people, including one, I don't know if she's a podcast host or a chat room host. I doubt if she has anybody in her chat room, if she is the host, but she once said that I was demented, and I would challenge that person, whoever she is. And notice I didn't say her name because I'm not allowed to speak the name. Oh, wait a minute. It's Sunday, isn't it? No, it's Monday.
Monday.
What happened to Sunday? Sunday will never be the same. I lost my Sunday love. She won't be back again. Okay, what we have to do is scroll down and find out if the lady in question, boy, there's a lot of people here today. I'm going to wear out my finger. Well, I'm talking about the finger.
I didn't
Jenny,
see her.
I can't believe it.
I didn't see her.
Okay, she's probably laying low. But how many people are in your chat room right now, Jenny? Is it 133?
Yes. And remember, your podcast isn't just listened to here. It's listened to in over 100 countries because I am everywhere. I'm the podcast host, which I just told everybody, and then my social media. So yeah, you're getting quite an audience on these different locations that we're at.
Oh, I like it when there's a big audience because then I can sing, and I can sing to people in a variety of languages. For you, here comes a little song in Spanish. Yo no soy marinero, yo no soy marinero, soy capitán, soy capitán.
Soy capitán.
Oh, go ahead and take it away, Mr. Duck.
No, I'm with you. That's one thing I always wanted to do is sing with Field
singing
McConnell.
with you. I love it.
Okay. Well, Rubber Duck, why don't we defer to the host, whose name is Jenny? And, we can shoot it out later. We can either use 6 guns or fist or arm wrestling, or we could play pinochle with a couple of cards, and we could draw to see who gets to leave with the favor of Jenny. But until we do that, what song would you like to sing along with me? And it would have to be a song that has only like 3 notes because I don't have very much of a vocal range. Over to you, Mr. Duck, Mr. Rubber Duck.
Well, we could always do a rendition at the end of Can't Help Falling in Love.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love Yeah, isn't that wonderful?
You.
Yeah. And
I want to.
I hope all the women.
Jenny, I do want to say something that Field. I don't know if he's heard about it. I don't know if you've heard about it yet, but because it's not been, I haven't seen it reported anywhere yet. But Field, do you remember a young lady named Virginia Giuffre? Actually, Virginia Roberts Giuffre. She was one of the that we heard about earliest victims with the Epstein Island situation. She was the one that went with Dopey, Prince Andrew, and sued him. And yesterday in Australia, she was driving slowly up to a light to make a turn, and she was rear-ended by a school bus going 70 miles an hour. And it did something to her. It did something to her kidneys because she suffered renal kidney failure, and they gave her 4 days to live. This poor girl, and I don't know why nobody's heard about it. She used to be in the news all the time, and I haven't heard anything. And I'm wondering, because it's kind of weird, of all things, to hit her a school bus. I don't know. So it's just weird, but I heard it. Didn't know if anyone else heard it, but I've been thinking about her. She was a good friend of all of ours a long time ago.
Yeah, I heard about it, Rubber Duck, and it's I put it on the wall. I just actually posted it on X. So yeah, it's sad, but to me, it's questionable. Like, what's this about? A school bus? Like, was this purposeful? Like, yeah, a very big red flag for me right now.
Well, you know, I mean, Field always taught us to look for the comms, you know, so that's what I mean, for good or for bad. I see everything as a comm first, and then I try to consume it and discern it and see what they're really talking about, because these people will do anything. However, she did post a picture of herself, though. It looks like she was kind of banged up, but I don't know, Jenny. I don't trust anything anymore.
Yeah, I feel you right there. What do you think about it, Field? And real quickly, I'd like to say hi to Santino. Santino's in the house. What's up, my friend?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. And Mr. Field McConnell, you sound fantastic. You were right on key. Good morning, Rubber Duck.
Morning,
Okay,
Santino.
Jenny. Oh, good morning, Santino. I couldn't hear Santino very well, but Rubber Duck, I can hear you very well. And could you tell me what Santino said so I can thank him, or I can give him a rude gesture if it was unkind?
He said you sound fantastic.
I said you're on key. You're right on key when you're singing.
Well, you know what? Thank you. But, you know, I'm crying right now. And Santino, you know, it's not you that made me cry. It's that news about the young lady who was victimized by Prince Andrew, who's a prince. How about this? Principal piece of shit. That's what you are, Andrew. And you come from a long line of pieces of shit called the Royals of England. Royal my ass. There's only one person that ever walked on earth that was royal, and his name was Jesus Christ, who happens to be my Lord, my Savior, and my brother. So if you give me permission, I would love to say a prayer for the lady, and you're going to have to give me her first name again. I got the last name, Guthrie.
Virginia.
Oh, okay. Okay, and you're not Jenny, but whoever said Virginia.
That was Rubber Duck.
It's really, yeah, okay. Well, Jenny or Rubber Duck, or maybe I could just call him Rubber. Oh, that's not a good idea. Some people are allergic to latex.
You can call me Mike. Mike.
Oh, okay, Mike. Well, Mike, would you give me permission to pray before I start crying again?
I would insist that you do, Field. Now's the best time.
Okay. Dear Heavenly Father, dear brother Jesus, my Lord, my Savior, my brother, I come to you now with tears in my eyes and hurt in my heart to find out that the victim of the monster in England named Andrew, and he has a title, but I don't recognize fake titles. I don't even recognize fake people. But dear God, this young lady named Virginia Guffrey was the recipient of a school bus going 70, and it harmed several of her internal organs. And hasn't she been, and I can't stand it, God. It makes me cry. And I hate to cry during a prayer because I know that you're the source of, you won't let me cry when I get to heaven. And I'm looking forward to coming up and meeting you, God. And I hope that when you look in the book of life, I hope you see my name. But right now, I'm just hurting too much to worry about my name in the book of life. I just want a name, Virginia Guffrey, to be in your focus right now, because she was grievously injured by a school bus going 70 miles an hour and rear-ending her. And if that was a targeted hit, which I'm not suggesting, Lord, I don't do anything when I pray except speak the truth as I know it. But it seems a little bit difficult to believe that a school bus would be going 70 and collide with a car in Australia that was standing still at a stop sign or a stop light. And Lord, if anybody was behind that alleged accident, Lord, I hope that you will treat them swiftly with justice. And you have the sword of truth, and you have the sword of judgment. And I used to have a sword too. And come to think of it, God, my God, you are my God. You're the only God I serve. But I used to drive a school bus, and I can say from my experience driving a school bus back in the 80s and 90s, I never was going 70 miles an hour as I approached a stoplight or a stop sign. That is not how school bus drivers react. So I'm just asking you, God, please pour out a special portion of your salvation over this Virginia Guffrey, who was victimized by the monster called Jeffrey Epstein, who I believe is in witness protection right now. And, and Jeffrey Epstein, whether he's in witness protection or whether he is deceased, that's not up to me, Lord. It's up to you, my God. But I think that Virginia Guffrey needs to have a hedge of protection around her as she goes through this difficult process of recovering from underage abuse. And God, to end this prayer on a positive note, I promise you, God, and, making promises to God would cause some people to be concerned. What happens if the promise doesn't materialize? I can't worry about that, God. I just want to tell you that for these little girls like Virginia Guffrey, who's an adult woman with a couple of children, if somebody was trying to kill her, to shut her up, dear Heavenly Father, let me be her voice and let me speak without crying at the very first gathering of the Children's Crusade, which hopefully will be in Dallas, Texas during the first 2 weeks. It won't be 2 weeks long. It'll be for probably 3 or 4 days. But let me speak for Virginia Guffrey, and I hope that she is alive and well at the time that I speak on the opening day of the Children's Crusade in Dallas, Texas in October of 2025. Please, Lord, please, please, please save Virginia. And, please give me enough days to make it to October, because when my heart breaks and my eyes tear up, it really hurts me. And if I could have Prince Andrew in my home right now, in 30 seconds, he'd be gone. And that sounds unkind, but that's what people who pray, P-R-E-Y, not P-R-A-Y, when they prey on underage ladies, they deserve to get the punishment dished out by, let's say, somebody like Patty's 91-year-old father who's a Marine, or me, or maybe we could both work on them, because these predators need to be put away and gone. G-O-N-E. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Amen. And you know, everybody, she's got, I believe, 4 kids. So keep her in your thoughts and prayers, because this is very, very sad if in fact she has been given only 4 days to live. So what a horrific event to have taken place, accident actually. So keep her in your prayers, everybody, because this is a lot of the crazy shit that's going on right now. And we are going to do a Q&A for you guys today. I'm going to open up with a couple questions, but everybody, if you guys have questions for Field, please feel free to bring them up to the stage, raise your hand, and I will unmute your mic. We've got Rubber Duck in the house and Santino. They are a part of this podcast as well, so you can direct any questions you may have to them as well. If Field may not be able to have the answer, but please, guys, go ahead, start raising your hands, write your questions on the wall. Field, I kind of want to open it up with a little bit. I don't know if you're familiar. There's a lot of stuff going on about the whole RFK situation and him maybe being compromised because of the the Epstein dealio, and they're talking about him and these affairs supposedly that he's been having. What are your thoughts? Are you familiar with any of this? This is something that's transpired here in the last couple of days.
No, I love it when I get a question and I can say, no, I'm not familiar. But on the other hand, because there's always, if you stump me, which reminds me, go ahead and try to stump me. I might be stumped, but that doesn't mean I won't come up with something. Does anybody within the sound of my voice, which is a great song written by Jimmy Webb and sung by Glenn Campbell, and it goes something like this. I hope Rubber Duck joins me. If you're still within the sound of my voice, oh, you were the only one. There was never a second choice. And I'll love you until I no longer have the will. And I'm talking about loving God and loving Jesus and kicking the shit out of bad people. And I can do it so much more effectively now that Jenny has politely told me to, come on to her podcast. And it's heard around 100 different nations around the world. And I think what the world needs now is love, sweet love, but not child abuse, not some fake royal like pig-faced pork Andrew. Sorry, I blew up there. That wasn't very godly. Oh, yeah, I'll say it again. A pig-faced pork Andrew. I think his wife, and I don't even remember her name, but she was in
Fergie.
I remember. Yes. And where was she on the evening before 9/11? Do you know?
She was definitely not in one of those 2 buildings.
No, but she was in New York City, wasn't she?
Yes.
And so what was the name of the black singer that she was having an affair with? Do you remember him?
Rubber Duck, are you stumped? What?
No. Just wait. He's got me.
He's Googling.
No, I was,
No.
but then I said that wouldn't be fair. Because don't forget, I'm an able danger agent. We're supposed to come up with this shit like right away, but he got me there.
Oh, okay. Well, that Jenny wanted me to sing this song. Lying on the Riviera one day and lying in a Bombay alley next day with every... That's funny. Something just slipped into my mind. It's all pushed out of my mind. with every chance he takes. That's not right. With every move he makes, another chance he takes. And then chances are he won't be here tomorrow. Secret agent, man. Okay, well, let's settle this right now. If anybody in the world wants to think of me as being an employee or an agent of any organization, okay, I'm going to answer the question right now honestly, and I'm not crying. I'm smiling on the inside. Yeah, which reminds me, I should probably put a robe on in case somebody has a video capture of this. But no, I'm an agent for God. God has asked me to expose evil, and God has asked me in accordance with two different scriptures, Ephesians 5:11, and people can look that up or Google it. You don't have to have a Bible. You don't have to know that Ephesians is towards the end of the New Testament. Or if you only have the Old Testament, it's in Psalm 94:16. And I'm not trying to be holier than thou. I'm not. I'm a recovering sinner. And make no mistake about it, I am a recovering sinner. But after sinning for 40 plus years, God himself knocked on my heart and knocked on my door and said, Field, you can continue in your, I can't even think of a polite word for how awful I might have been, but he said, you can continue screwing up your own life if you want to. I've given you free will. You can screw up your life, Field, or you can come with me. And on that very night, the 1st of February of 1994, I reached out my hand, and God took my hand and taught me to walk with him. And now here comes another scripture. Since I've been walking with God for, I got to do the math here, 94 until, that's about 31 years. Yeah, I think so. 2025 minus 1994. Yeah, about 31 years I've been walking with God. And some people would say, how can you possibly still be alive? And that's easy. The enemies of God are cowards, and don't prompt me into saying something colorful, because when I talk about God or Jesus or salvation or love, I try to be polite. And if there's a time where I meet any person that might be like Jeffrey Epstein's client list, which includes pork face. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant Prince Andrew. Oh, yeah, pork face sounds good, so let's go with that. But you know what? If you're abusing underage people, and I find out about you, you're going to be fucked. You got that, Andrew? You and Fergie have been compromised by the good guys, and you will be held accountable if guilty. I'm giving you a big if. I got to give you something else too, and it's one of my digits, and it's on my left hand right now, and it's sort of in the middle. But you know what? You fake royals and you people that have titles like the Duchess of Pork, I think that was Fergie's name. I don't think it would be cheating, Rubber Duck, if you would Google and find out what Fergie's name is. I think she was the Duchess of Pork, but we'll find out. But
I think it was the proper name of the place. I think was Pork Rinds.
Oh, I don't want to see her loins, although I'm sure they're quite abundant. But you know, my eyes are only going to look at one set of loins for the rest of my life, and it isn't Fergie, and it's not. No, I'm very faithful. Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead.
No, so real quickly, since we're talking about being compromised, right? And Rubber Duck, you can chime in here too, because this is something that's recently surfaced and it's being talked about a lot, as you know, over there on X. about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So about being compromised. And I know, Field, you didn't really know much about it, but maybe, Rubber Duck and I can kind of break it down. What are your thoughts on it, Rubber Duck? Because,
well, I mean, number one, he is a Kennedy.
Yep.
Number one. Number two, I mean, he has, that I've heard of, he hasn't done anything with children. And, so, I mean, I got in this thing to save children and to find out what they lied to us about. And I think most folks have done that. So, but if someone's going to tell me that he's disqualified from whatever because he had an affair or sent a dick pic to somebody, I mean, honestly, at this point, if it's not a child, I don't care.
Well, I think I got your text message, Santino. I think with this whole thing with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is being blown out of proportion. He's already said, he's an imperfect human, as we all are. So I just think everybody here that's listening, for those that are, hearing the same thing, it's kind of they're pushing it more than what it really, really is. Just be careful, everybody. Just stay off of that noise, the surface shit, and because that's not, we're fighting for the children, and they're going to continue to bring out, whatever bullshit and push that narrative for, as long as they can, because they're not going to go down without a fight. So just remember that, everybody. Go ahead, Santino. Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
No, I couldn't agree anymore with you guys anymore. When you think about it, I mean, everybody's just going to start coming down on JFK. We have to start focusing on the good things that he's actually doing. Not stuff like, I mean, if an adult, that's none of my business what he does with his relationships or whatever, as long as he's not going after children or doing anything really, incredible. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, I think that people are starting to distract us from the good things that he's doing, all the accomplishments that he's doing, and what he's doing for the country. That's where we have to stay focused. We're going to continue having distractions. People are going to start to try to dismantle good people who are doing good things for the country. He has one goal, and as I can see from now, he's doing what he said he was going to do. So we got to keep our heads on a swivel and keep watching and stay focused.
I also think that, I mean,
thanks, Santino.
In the background, I'm sure. I mean, I can't sit here with any type of logical opinion and think that if these people, because we're going back almost 10 years now, because we knew about this 7, 8, 9 years ago, some of us more, like Field. But in terms of it being out in the open, I can't imagine that these people have been walking around. I mean, Hillary Clinton, with what we know, with what we've researched, her assistant, Uma Abedin, the whole Pizzagate thing, Comet Ping Pong, the Royals. I mean, everything that we've exposed, including the very first list ever made public, that's never been refuted, that we got from the Q boards back in 2018. So that's why part of me thinks that I think we're going to start seeing a lot more stuff like this. I can't imagine that the mainstream media has so much power and resources left, though. So I have to think that this is part of the Trump script, the disclosure script. I mean, how it's playing out, what it's going to look like in the end, I don't know. But I can't rationally think that people that were found guilty many years ago for these crimes that we really haven't seen that much of over the past 6, 7 years. It just doesn't smell right to me, in my opinion. So that's why I think there must be more disclosure coming.
I agree with you, Rubber Duck. So everybody, just remember that and stay solid, stay within your circle, keep it small, everybody. It's not about the intel or anything anymore. It's about making sure your mind is right through these crazy times. Okay, everybody. So we're going to start calling on people. Field, did you want to say something to that? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to sing you a love song, Jenny, okay? And it's by Gordon Lightfoot.
Go for it.
It's all right for some, but not all right for me. When you go out and you don't say where you've been. The name of that song is The Circle is Small. And in Western movies, when the Indians, and I'm part Indian, not much, but I'm part Christian and maybe too much, if it's possible to have too much faith in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Yeah, when the Indians would attack the cowboys in their covered wagon trains, they would circle the wagons. And when Jenny says, keep your circle small, yeah, you keep your circle small so that every gun in the circle of wagons is pointing towards the threat axis. And I think for people around the 100 countries that this show is being listened to, you know, we all have the same threats. And the threat, in a nutshell, is sin, S-I-N. And, you know, none of us are perfect. You know, I'm terribly imperfect. But I had a random thought, Jenny, and I'd like to run it by you first so you can say good idea or bad idea. Are you ready? Are you ready to give me a good or bad diagnosis?
Sure. Go ahead, Field.
What if the Children's Crusade gathering in Dallas, Texas had the name Virginia Guffrey on there, whether she survives? And I hope she does. And I've already said a prayer for her. But if she doesn't die, I can't think of anything that I could do or the Children's Crusade could do, knowing that she's a mother of 4 children, even though she was the subject of abuse by one of the fake royals. And I've really got a beak. I don't know if you know what that means, Jenny, but yeah, I have a beak for the fake royals because there's only one royal that ever walked on earth. And his name is Jesus Christ, who's my Lord, my brother, and most importantly, from my perspective, my Savior. Over to you, Jenny.
Amen to that, Field. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think that's a great idea. So we'll just kind of watch and see how this all pans out. And then when you get closer to that time in October, we definitely, I think that's a great idea. So everybody, okay, we're going to go into some questions. We're going to go into some questions for Field. So if you have a question for Field, please raise your hand. I will unmute your mic. I do see a couple questions here on the wall. If you can't speak, put your questions on the wall under his logo. It says Field McConnell. So let's see. We've got James Schaefer. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and ask Field your question.
Thank you, ma'am, or Jenny. Thank you very much. And I'm really appreciative of your valuable time. You're a true alpha and true disciple of Christ. I appreciate everything. I have a question. I kind of see what this masterful plan of how the commander-in-chief has taken down the federal judicial system and all these different 5 district courts that's interfering with them. Are we going to start to dissolve the court system with, you know, the British Accredited Registry and the Supreme Court? Is it going to start from the top and work its way down and get into the state district courts? Any enlightenment on that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I understand your question, and I feel honored to have you ask me that question. I wish I knew everything about everything, but I don't. But what I've experienced in my own life's journey is on November 4th, 2019, I was unlawfully, that's different from unlegally, I was unlawfully arrested because of some people that were not loyal to the Constitution in both Wisconsin and Florida. I guess it took 2 states to take me down. And when they extradited me to Florida, that was unlawful because in the state of Wisconsin, where I was arrested by 7 police officers and 5 police cars in a town of 600 people, and I was a 70-year-old person who, it doesn't matter what I think, but my true history was I spent some time in the Marine Corps. And if
Hoorah.
7 police, go ahead.
Oh, I just said hoorah.
Yeah, I know what that means. And that's what Marines say when they're starting out on a run, whether it's a PFT, personal fitness test, or maybe a longer run, you know, like maybe 10 miles. Yeah, and they go, or whatever that noise is. But I'm on a different run right now. I'm running interference for God against the legal apparatus in the United States of America. So here comes your answer as well as I can deliver it. from 1871, when the Organic Act was passed in the United States government that was on sovereign land in Washington District of Columbia, which I think is going to be renamed by our president, Donald John Trump. Anyway, from 1871 until October 1st of 2024, we have been subjects, meaning we, the people of the United States of America, and in a broader sense, we, the people of the world, have been abused by the fake royals in England, and some people would be more polite and call it the English monarchy or English crown. Well, I'm not polite. I'm a Marine, and I stand up for ladies. I stand up for Jesus Christ. And if somebody wants me to stand down, they're going to have to knock me down. And all I can say is good luck, because you don't know how many friends around the world that I have spoken to, spoken with, and told the truth to. So the problem with the judicial system in the United States of America has already been taken care of to some degree by Donald John Trump, because we are now under constitutional law. We're not under admiralty or maritime law like we were from 1871 until October 1st of 2024. So how is this going to play out? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But while we wait and see, can't we just have faith, F-A-I-T-H, and can't we just believe that Jesus Christ and his Father God, they know what's going to happen, and it's going to happen for the benefit of people around the world without any favor given to the people of England or America or Canada or Greenland or Rwanda or South Vietnam or North Vietnam. But anyway, I don't know if I even came close to answering your question, but the root of the problem with the judicial system in America, even if most Americans don't know this, is from 1871 till October 1st of 2024. We were a colony of England, and as 107 would say, we are slaves no more. And we in America were slaves to England. And I would just like to throw a gauntlet down and say to the fake royals in England, if you don't like my big mouth, please, you fake royals, why don't you send one of your fake people over to Plum City, Wisconsin, and see if you can shut my mouth? And I don't think you can. You're a bunch of candy-ass MFs. And I'm not going to say what MF stands for, but it's the reciprocal of FM, which is me, Field McConnell. So it's not like America's threatening you. It's Field McConnell just as a single person, and I don't mean unmarried, although I am unmarried because my wife died. And my wife died while I was being detained by the maritime and admiralty laws in the state of Florida. And if a judge who denied me permission to come home to kiss my wife goodbye, I'm starting to cry, I'm sorry about that, but the judge's name was Dan Casey. So anyway, Danny Boy was a great song, and it was written back in 1910, and that was before I came around. But Danny Boy in Florida, I would recommend you get out of the judicial system before I file a constitutional case against you for the harm you did to me when you, Danny Boy, prevented me from coming home and saying goodbye and placing a kiss on the left cheek of my wife, Denise Irene Clark McConnell. And there's a monument in my front yard, so you can take me out, but unless you own this property, Danny boy, you little dweeb. What a worthless MF. I mean, I wanted to go home to say goodbye to my wife, and he knew because he had a letter from a medical professional saying that my wife was terminal. What does it take to get some jerk to give me permission to go home? And he probably thought I might be a flight risk. Well, what a useless MF, because I flew for 38 years. I never harmed a passenger. I never bent an airplane. God always got me up in the air and down safely. And so how could a legal system say I'm a flight risk? What a bunch of cowards. You think all of us people that get dragged into your phony baloney courts are somehow lower than you. No. It's the other way around, Danny boy, and your useless friends in the judicial system of Florida. Ron DeSantis, you, sir, may kiss my ass. And I didn't say gluteus maximus, although it's pretty much the same thing. But why don't the judicial people come around to the knowledge that we in America are now in a constitutional republic? We have freedom of speech, and we don't need to make our citizens be separate from our spouses when they know. And pardon my tears, I promise to be quiet here in a minute, 30 seconds. If you have a letter from a medical professional that says Field McConnell's wife is going to be dying in the next week, why couldn't you? Why didn't you? Why wouldn't you let me go home and say goodbye? That's cruel and unusual punishment. And, there's a saying in the Marine Corps, if you're fucking with one of us, you're fucking with all of us. And I've got brothers and sisters around the world that feel my pain, and I wouldn't want anybody around the world to feel the pain that I've had for the last 5 years. Over to you, Rubber Duck, or over to you, Jenny, or did I answer the question for the person that asked me the question?
Did that answer your question, James?
Yes, thank you, my dear brother. You're a true Earth angel. Yes, you gave me another round in my chamber because I am fighting as a constitute. So thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, James.
And
God
Jenny,
bless you.
Jenny, can I add something real quick, Santino?
Hang on, wait,
Go ahead,
hang.
go ahead.
Whoa. Rubber Duck and Santino, you guys are talking over each other. Go ahead, Rubber Duck, and then Santino, go ahead after Rubber Duck.
No, Santino jumped in first. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, go ahead, Santino.
I just wanted to comfort this gentleman a little bit. Don't know that you're not alone, and 5 years is too short. You will feel this pain; will never go away. Know that you're not alone, and that many people have gone through this. And you know what? She knows. That's all. She knows. She knows you wanted to give her a kiss. Thank you.
Thank you, Santino. Go ahead, Rubber Duck.
Well, and I wanted also to tell the room, but also to remind Field that that I was there with a small group of people that are still friends of mine today. They go by different names on the internet, but that broadcast, which brought that, let's just say, because KP, a person from Fort Lauderdale, into Field's life, we were there on the show where allegedly a graphic was created, and allegedly something was said after the graphic of this person was created that never happened. So anyway, not to make a big deal out of it, but there were those of us that were there. Sadly, we had no voice because we didn't even know what they did to Field, because after that last broadcast, he was gone. Last time we heard him, he was reading scripture from or something to that effect. So whenever that time does come, Field, I'm down here in Delray Beach, Florida. I'm about 15 miles from that person's office. And I know that because, every week I would drive by there and say a prayer for you, not even knowing if you were there or not. And others of us did too. So when that time comes, when you do file that case, and I strongly urge that you should, you'll have people here available that were there. And I still have screenshots of the room. I still have the graphic that was created. So, that caused irreparable damage. And in doing so to you, it created a huge snowball effect, to your followers, which, like Jenny's, were global. I mean, we used to get a ton of listeners, to your weekly, broadcast. And even up towards the end when you were going on almost daily, with Good Vibes and all the other folks there. So we are with you, Field. I'm with you.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Well, thank you both. And I'm crying again. I'm sorry. But
we got to tie up that loose end. We can't let that thing stay out there like a fart under the blanket. That was irreparable harm, and we don't forget.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And when you remember, just please, if you would do this for me, don't worry about me. Just remember Denise. She was an innocent victim. She died of natural causes. And unfortunately, one thing the court system in Florida didn't consider, I had been a Marine. And once a Marine, always a Marine. And if you don't think I can kick your ass, Judge Dan Casey, in the 17th District of the Florida judicial mess, well, you're wrong. I can. I will. I promise. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field. God bless you. Big hugs from afar. Okay, Susan C., your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You're very low. You're very low.
You're very low. Hold on. I had my speaker on. Now can you hear me?
Yep, much better.
Okay. Field, I'm interested in your children's crusade. And I thought I heard last week where you were going to give information at the end, but then that never happened. Maybe I misunderstood. And so what do I do to get involved with this?
Well, real quickly, Susan, it's still kind of in the works right now. There's nothing, once Field has it all set, like the dates, the times and all that stuff, we'll put that out. I don't know how he'll do that, if it's going to be tickets that people need to purchase. I don't know. It's all in the works right now. So once we have it all finalized, obviously we'll put that out there to you guys so you guys will know all that information. But it's still in the works right now.
Okay. And I would like to be involved in getting everything going. I have a background that I think would be very helpful, but whatever. So I'm just putting it out there. I would love to help, and we'll see what happens.
You should give your information to Jenny for once they start putting it together.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Email me. Did you email me?
I did like a week ago, right after the show last week, I think.
Okay. I'll have to look at my emails. I get a ton of emails every day. I'm a one-man show over here. So I will look at my emails today and get back to you. Thank you, Susan.
Wait a minute.
Thank you so much.
Bye,
everybody.
Do you mind if I...
What?
Jenny, do you mind if I erect you? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant correct you.
Go ahead.
Yes, you're a one-woman show, and I'm observing you from afar, but I think you're kicking ass and taking names. And for that lady, and I think the lady's name was Susan, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now here's my secret email address.
Okay.
It's FIELD. The F is capital. That's, Field, and then Field AGLN, a little good news. Field ALGN 25 at yahoo.com. And so even though I don't publish that very often, I guess I just did. Okay, well, fuck it.
You just published it to 100 countries, Field.
You're going to get that.
Well,
you're going to be sorry.
Hey, you know what? I am not only an American. I am a global citizen, and I have had enough of child trafficking, and I've had enough of the Vatican Jesuits. And no, I'm not anti-Catholic. I said very clearly the Vatican Jesuits. And I'm someone that does not recognize the fake royals of England who destroyed my country starting in 1871. And listen, if you pukes in the royal family don't like my mouth, why don't you put on your big boy pants, come to Plum City, Wisconsin, USA, go to the restaurant called Molly's, and you can just ask any waitress, any waiter, any cook, the owner whose name is Molly, or any bartender, do you know a guy named Field McConnell? They say, yeah, we do. And then you could say, well, how do I find him? And they would give you directions from Molly's to my house, which is go north, take the first right turn after the stop sign, stop at the next stop sign, and turn left, and you will be on what turns into County Road S. And that, when in writing, that's CR space S. Go up 2.2 miles north of US 10 and drive down his 1/2 mile driveway, and you will arrive at his house. And you'll know that you're at the right house if you see a silver hearse outside with a bunch of vodka cases in the back, which may or may not be significant. But then you can go to his front door. But if you go to his front door and you look threatening, there might be some 357 rounds coming through the front door that will knock you on your ass. So the bottom line is, I'm really sorry for that long-winded answer, but keep your hands off children, or somebody might just reach out and teach you not to do that. And that doesn't, I don't care if you're a prince, like Prince Porkface. Oh, I'm sorry, Prince Porchester, or whoever Andrew was. And I said was, because he's done now. The cat's out of the bag. He's a shithead. And if I can't get him physically because he keeps running, I'll get him with writing, because as I mentioned earlier, I had the blessing, and that's what it is. It's a blessing with a capital B, to be a student of Jane Earl, actually Jane's mother, Barbara Earl. And I was at Punahou School, where that slimeball named Obama, that's not his real name. My sister gave him that name. And my sister, I believe, has been executed, as well she should. Well, if you commit treason or you commit international child trafficking, suddenly there's a new sheriff in town in the United States. And this should be good news for our friends around the world. If we join hands and we speak the same language, and it doesn't matter if it's Portuguese or French or Russian, it's the language of love. If we speak the language of love and we protect our children, we have nothing to worry about. And the people that have been trafficking children, all 562,400 of them that have sealed indictments with their name, well, good luck getting out of that. It's military tribunal. I personally have volunteered to participate, but they have not called my name yet. And, my name is a good name. My mother and father gave me that name, and I'm going to start crying if I can't blurt this out. But my first name, Field, F-I-E-L-D, it's written in the book of Matthew 13:38. Chapter 13, verse 38 in the book of Matthew. And it doesn't say anything about being a Marine. It doesn't say anything about me being vulgar when it suits the occasion. But I just would say to people like Jeffrey Epstein or Prince Andrew, I don't even want to say it because it's too simple and it's too disgusting. But you've met your match, and you don't match up well, you're a bunch of losers. You touch a child, somebody is going to reach out and touch you. And when you're touched, you will not be getting up. You'll be laying flat. Okay, over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Fields. All right, let's see. Shabby Maverick, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, Jenny. Hi,
Hello.
Field, and hi, Rubber Duck.
Hola.
It's good to connect again. I have a bazillion questions, but I guess I'm going to limit it to the one. Questioning this Liberation Day. I think we're all curious about that. My biggest question is, how are they going to, like, there's a lot of us at the local level that want to get involved, and I have been wanting to for a lot, but you know, Field, after what they did to you and how the courts had so much power, people, us little people, are afraid to get involved because we don't know who the corrupt police are. We don't know who the corrupt judges are at our county level, and we don't know who the corrupt sheriffs are. And it's really hard to find out. You start asking questions and everybody's hem and hawing around. Give me your thoughts on this, would you please, Phil?
Yes, I think that we're in a period, period, a period of flux, which means change. And I think, well, not I think, I know the changes are for the better. And I know that we are now all speaking for Americans now. And keep in mind, I'm a global citizen. I've lived in many, many places. I've also, as an airline pilot, I've visited most countries. But we collectively, good people from every country, from Kazakhstan to North Korea. I just have to be rather blunt. It's not just Donald John Trump, the president of the U.S. And by the way, yeah, okay, he's a president of the U.S., but he's a leader of the world. But the true leader of the world is my God. And sometimes when I think about the position he's put me in, where I can speak with authority and experience on what God can do, it is no secret what God can do, what he's done for that Marine in Plum City, Wisconsin. He'll do it for you. What I'm suggesting is I'm just one voice in 8 billion people. And I just hope that other voices join me and we sing a chorus that will shake the halls of justice in every country, not just America. But back to your question, young lady, we're in a time of flux. And I think you mentioned Liberation Day as being April 2nd, and I'm not sure you said April 2nd, but that is when Liberation Day is. And I think that Liberation Day in this context means we, the people of the world, shake off the shackles and the chains, and we become free, and we can love around the world, across the borders. And, you know, if there's anything I can do, which is questionable, but, you know, never count yourself out. And I'm not going to count myself out either until I take my last breath. I'm going to do everything I'm afforded the opportunity to do to protect children, protect ladies, and stand up for my brother, my Savior, and my Lord, Jesus Christ. So back to your question, where are we at? Well, between April 2nd, which is Liberation Day, and April 13th, I think, I hope, I pray, and I believe we're going to see some magnificent changes. And then going back to your question, young lady, about who to trust, first of all, trust Jesus. That's it. But in the meantime, the sheriffs, which are the senior powers within a county in the United States, a sheriff has the prerogative and the power to reject federal law enforcement entering his or her county. Now, a lot of Americans don't know that, but then hopefully not only a lot of Americans just learned that, but people around the world just learned that. And I want to express my thanks to Jenny for this platform. Thank you, Jenny. You're a true Christian warrior, even if nobody's ever
course.
said that before.
Oh, I know I am.
well,
That's
thank-
all that matters, right? Myself and God. That's all.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just think you're a magnificent spokesperson for we the little people, not only in America, but around the world. And while I'm saying that, I don't know, a question for you, Jenny, do you know if your shows, or do you know if anybody carries your show in Russia? That's an easy question for me to ask and a difficult one for you to answer.
Well, I see the analytics and it's being listened to in Russia. Yeah, that's one of the countries.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to speak Russian now. Pedrushka Krasavitsa. I might have that backwards. Maybe it's Krasavitsa Pedrushka. But I don't speak Russian, but I was living in Kazakhstan for 18 months, flying with Russian-speaking pilots for Air Astana. And that's after I told Northwest Airlines that I was retiring in one day. And the supervisor said, "You can't do that. It takes 6 weeks." And I said, not in this case, it doesn't. I'm retiring today, or you and Northwest Airlines are not going to like what I do tomorrow. And that was sufficient. That's called a threat. And it wasn't a veiled threat. But no, I'm speaking to my Russian brothers and sisters right now. And I'm speaking for an organization called the Children's Crusade. And if there's any, I would like a pair of Russians, one male and one female, and you don't have to know each other. You don't have to be married to each other. None of that matters. It would be nice if somebody from Russia could attend the gathering, which will be advertised first and only on Jenny's show right here. And it would be nice if a Russian male and a Russian female could come to Dallas and join hands with American Christians, and we could pray for children, and we could do it on the stage in front of whoever ultimately comes to the Children's Crusade gathering in Dallas, Texas. And once again, the details, as they become known, the details will be published only on Jenny Jareed's podcast right here. And if I get my old website back, and it probably would be thechildrenscrusade.org or whatever. I'm not good with technology. I'm just good with praying and loving children and kicking the shit out of people that would harm someone like Virginia Guffrey. And I'm talking about Prince Porkface. Oh, I meant Prince I don't know what got into me. I meant Prince Andrew. So I wonder if I even came close to answering that lady's question about who to trust. Okay, here it comes in a nutshell. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. And that is written in Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. And if you read that, that will empower you, and it will encourage you, and it will let you sleep better at night because you know God's at work, and God is going to save all the people of the world. And those people in the world, like Jeffrey Epstein or Prince Andrew, or come to think of it, I'm going to say Prince Charles because I don't think King Charles sounds good. I think it's a terrible abuse against the title king. So King Charles or Prince Charles, call him what you want. He is a piece of human excrement.
Isn't he currently sharing a hospital room with the Pope? I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, he's very sick, I guess.
You know what? It's not fair for me to say this on Jenny's broadcast, but if I wasn't on Jenny's broadcast, I would say for the Pope, who's a Jesuit, and Charles, who is a pedophile, you know what? Why didn't you learn in the first place what God himself does to those who sin against him? The 10 Commandments apply to all of us around the world. And I'm not very good at math. I can only remember 2. But number 5 is honor your mother, honor your father, so that your days on earth will be long. And number 9 is do not bear false witness against your neighbor. And it does not say do not bear false witness against your neighbor unless he's a Muslim. You know, Muslim, Hindu, any form of religion, any form of faith that acknowledges a higher power, which ultimately leads only to God and through Jesus. In fact, in the book of John, I don't know if it's John 14 or John 8, it's one of those two. It says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. And Jesus Christ, my Lord, my brother, my Savior, thank you for showing me the way to your Father. And thank you, Jesus and God, for showing someone that I loved for 5.5 years the way to find salvation. And was I part of that process of learning? Yes, I was. But that's my obligation as a servant to Christ. Okay, now, serious question, Jenny. Did I answer that lady's question?
I think so. Did he answer all of it, Shabby?
Pretty much. Just one last note for Field. Secret Agent Man was Johnny Rivers.
Secret Agent Man. Secret Agent Man. They've given you a number and taken away your name. Yeah.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Field.
Thank you, Shabby. Appreciate you.
Hey, Jenny,
yes,
can I say
do
something?
too.
Yeah, go ahead, Rubber Duck.
Okay, so Shabby, one thing that something that I've started doing with regards to my local sheriff's department, because here in Palm Beach County, Florida, I see them all the time, and when I see them, I approach them and get into a conversation with them, and I ask them, "Are you a constitutional sheriff?" Some of them look at me like I'm cross and will ask me, "What do you mean by that?" And that's when I understand that they don't know what I'm talking about. So I kind of just let it go, because if they were a constitutional sheriff, then they would know what I'm talking about. But the good news is that of about the 20 to 30 deputies I've approached since the COVID lockdown, about 15 of them stated to my face that they were constitutional sheriffs. That's number one. Number two, Jenny, to you and to Field. When you guys get the Children's Crusade together with regards to the website, with regards to rolling it out on a show whenever that time comes, is there a way that I can carry you, Jenny, on my X broadcast? Because I got 140,000 followers there, and I can get like 2,000-3,000 in a room, especially if it's Field, and we could broadcast that. But is there a way for me to carry your show?
Yeah, you should. So with the link,
something to think about. Let's put a pin in it and just think about it.
Yeah, for sure. I know how it works over here in Telegram. I'm not sure. I think you can stream it because now X has always had. I don't know. We'll have to look into that, Rubber Duck.
Or
I'm sure you can.
Alternately, I could also, because I have the Rumble Studio, I could also put it through there and do it that way too. But I'll get like a ton of people to come in whenever that comes, especially if Field's there. They'll all come.
Thank you, Rubber Duck. Okay, all right. Hermano, I saw that you were here. I'll unmute your mic here in a second. I got some questions here on the wall for you, Field. So here, real quickly. This one is from John S. Question, what do you think of Trump's new F-47 fighter jet?
I think it'll kick the shit out of anything from any other nation that would threaten it. And it's called an F-47 because Donald John Trump is POTUS 47, and it is stealth, or maybe the adjective would be stealthy, meaning other fighters probably cannot detect it. And even if they can detect it, they might detect it right before they die because it is extremely fast, it is stealthy, and I think that I'm not speaking as an American. I'm not speaking as someone who flew interceptor aircraft going Mach 2 against any enemy, foreign or domestic. And of course, the airborne enemies would all be foreign, but our political enemies would all be domestic. But I'm not speaking like an American projector of force. No, I'm not. I'm speaking. I'm 75 years old. Who gives a shit? Not me. I wouldn't have lasted this long if it hadn't been for God. But, you know, I'm sort of a disciple of God, and I know that God loves us. And why he loves me, I have no idea. He can tell me when I come to heaven, and I will be going to heaven. But as far as the F-47, what a tribute to Trump to use the term F, which means fighter aircraft, 47, which leads to Trump. And it is not going to be dominated probably. I mean, I can't prognosticate. In fact, Jenny, I don't even know what prognosticate means. So correct me if I misuse the word. I can't procrastinate. No. I cannot, whatever. I cannot forecast what the dominance of the F-47 would be, but it's just my opinion that if the F-47 was not in squadron size strength already, they wouldn't have leaked it. And sometimes these people who leak things, go ahead.
And it's in your face, everybody, in your face, F-47. I had to say that. Go ahead, Field.
Yeah, I think it's going to kick ass. I don't think anybody, first of all, we being the United States of America, we don't have any formidable enemies now. Since I was a little boy, you know, I was told, I grew up in an Air Force family on an Air Force base, first in MacDill, well, that's in Tampa, Florida. But we used to have to bug out, it was called. Once a month, they would tell us all to leave the Air Force base and go to a drive-in theater somewhere in the Tampa area so that we wouldn't be harmed if nuclear bombs fell on MacDill Air Force Base, because it would have been targeted because it was a nuclear bomber base. And anyway, don't get me started on this airplane crap, or I'll waste the whole day. And I don't want to waste anybody.
Is it a bigger plane than the ones that we have up in the air now? The F-47, like size wise, is it? Because I just saw the picture from the press conference, but like I'm trying to imagine in my head, is it like bigger than an F-16, or is it thicker or wider?
I think it's longer. And, you know, F-16, and I flew those too. Who gives a rat's ass, honestly? It was a delight for me to be allowed to fly state-of-the-art aircraft during my generation. But I'm old now. I'm not done. In fact, I think that Donald Trump will be hearing from me, or maybe somebody who represents me, because there's an F-4. Now, I'm not avoiding your question. I'm going to get to it. But there's an F-4 down at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, which is called the Boneyard. And the F-4D The tail number is 664748, and that thing is still airworthy. And I flew it for a number of years in the late 70s, all throughout the 80s, and up for the first couple of months of 1990. And that airplane is airworthy. And if Donald Trump wanted to have something that Americans could salute, in a favorable way, because Donald Trump is the most popular president of which I'm aware, and I'm old. I'm 75. I'm aware of a lot of presidents. I've never seen a president with such an impressive body of work as Donald John Trump. So anyway, back to the F-47. I think it's longer. I think it's probably heavier. I think it is certainly stealthier. And if you notice, there's no empennage, which means tail. Now, whoever's asking me that question, do you know what an empennage or a tail is on an aircraft?
I always thought an empanada was like a Latino breakfast or something.
Damn rubber duck.
If I knew.
Can you see now how much fun the shows were? Can you imagine? Man.
Well, I think the show is, first of all, whatever the show is, good, bad, or spectacular, is just a reflection of Jenny Jareed's attitude, like, give me liberty or give me death. What do you think about that, Jenny?
I love it. Spot on, Field, as always.
Okay, well, the F-47 can be a tool to liberate captive nations if they're under the control of disrespectful government. Well, let me be specific. I'm going to name two nations right now that have horseshit governments: Canada and the United Kingdom. And Donald Trump has made no secret that he would love to absorb Canada into the United States. And he's also spoken, and people can Google it or use a search engine and find Donald Trump's statement that he would like to liberate the United Kingdom. And who would he liberate it from? Well, the fake royals. And, these other pedophiles. And notice I just grouped the government of England with pedophiles. Oh, I hope that's not a shock to anybody. But the United Kingdom has been controlled by pedophiles going back to 1953, when my own father, rest his soul, God thank you for taking him home. My father, in 1953, flew the first 4 U.S. Air Force nuclear bombers into England. They parked him at Brize Norton Royal Air Force Base. And so you can say that I'm nuts. You can say I'm crazy. You can say I'm old, but you can't attack my pedigree and my willingness to face the enemy and defeat them without even using strong language. But going back to the F-47, I think they're deployed already. Can I prove that? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I just ask myself. But how many people listening right now knew that when an A-7 Corsair flew into a hotel, and it was a Ramada Hotel in Indianapolis, and I believe the year was 1987. How many people in the chat room knew what had been done to the flight controls of that particular A-7? And I'll give you 9 seconds to raise your hand. Anybody know what technology they were concealing in that A-7?
Boeing uninterruptible autopilot.
Well, that's a very good guess. But if I had a horn, I'd have to blow it, because what It was the stealth fighter, the F-117. See, the F-117 was flying long before it was known to people who might see it flying during the daytime. So they had to reconfigure some A-7s to have the flight characteristics of the F-117 stealth fighter. And that way, when these pilots were gaining confidence and experience of flying an F-117, even though their body, and to a pilot, that means their ass, yeah. Okay, here's what I always said when I was an airline pilot. I want to get my ass home safely on this trip. And if I get my ass home safely, every other ass on the aircraft, which would be a DC-10, we're all going to be safe. But, I'm not, I don't think my ass is big. I'll have to get a second opinion on that. But I can tell you one thing, my loyalty to the United States of America and the global community and children and ladies and God, it's never been challenged by a worthy opponent. And I don't think it ever will be. But
Amen.
Back to the F-47, I think that probably for the next 10 to 12 years, there will be nothing made in Europe or made in China that can both detect, D-E-T-E-C-T, that can detect it and defeat it, D-E-F-E-A-T. Because Donald John Trump, and notice I didn't ask Jenny for permission, but Donald John Trump is not fucking around. He's trying to save the world. And if you have to save America first, so be it. But, I'm not in a... Who said amen?
Jenny.
Oh, thank you. So it's okay with you if I say right now that the F-47 is going to be a dominant... In fact, it's called NGAD. I'll bet you haven't heard that, have you, Jenny? And don't lie. Tell me the truth. Have you heard the term NGAD?
No.
No.
Should I have?
No, absolutely not. No, it's a polite term. It's next generation air dominance.
Ah.
Well, yeah, air dominance. They're going to dominate the air. And you know what? If anybody wants to come up and take a good look at an F-47, it'll be the last thing you ever see before your brains get blown out of your head by an incoming missile. Because Donald Trump is not fucking around, and his military white hats. This is not a drill. This is a run for the roses. And at the end of the day, the roses will be handed to Melania Trump, who's a descendant of the Romanov hierarchy in Russia that were killed, slaughtered, and burned. How inhumane. And Melania Trump is a Romanov. And, God bless her, and God bless her family, and God bless the Romanovs who came before her. And I'll be quiet now, Jenny, and say over to you.
Well, thank you, Field. I'm only saying I've got because I've got John's show coming up soon, so I have a couple more questions for you if you're okay with that. So I have one here on the wall. It says, "Has Field heard of the 1792 Coinage Act, and is that what Trump is returning back to the American people? God bless you, Field and Jenny, and thank you for all you do." And that was from Kiplinger. Do you know anything about the 17? Has Field
1790
Coinage Act?
I just read about that yesterday, and if Trump has discovered something that is historically significant and he wants to reinstate it, I promise to study that today and come up with a better opinion. But, you know, Trump does not make mistakes. Has anybody in this chat room been aware or are currently aware of an error in judgment that's spelled ERROR? I just got something in my phone, pardon my distraction. Error of OF judgment, JUDGMENT. I'm not aware that he's ever made a mistake.
Well,
And
in Field, I don't know if it was a mistake, but in July 14th of 2018, he did walk when he was visiting the UK. He did step in front of the Queen, which he wasn't supposed to do unless something else happened.
Capitulation.
Well, I was over in England on that day that occurred, and it is my opinion. I don't want to say I don't want to be any more direct, but I was in England when Donald Trump walked in front of Queen Elizabeth, who was a Nazi German. Even if the English people don't know that or didn't know that, they know it now. And I've always, you know, I had a wife named Denise, and I don't want to start crying, so I'll just say that she was English. But I was at her house on that day when Trump walked in front of the Queen, and the subliminal message was, "Fuck you, I'm in charge." That's pretty direct, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And I apologize for using that language, Jenny. I know that we have many ladies listening to us, and I am someone who respects ladies, and I don't like using that language. But when it comes to an old German Nazi, you know, thinking she runs the world, well, at that point, we were still under Admiralty and maritime law. But Donald John Trump walking in front of her signaled to anybody that has their head out of their ass that there's a new pecking order, and you and your old pecker can get out of here, Queenie Bruff. Okay, over. Sorry for that outburst, but
coincidentally, though, the following week they took the shield off of the gates to Buckingham Palace. So, and that was the week after that event happened where he walked in front. So that was those were some serious times. I remember talking about that in one of your shows.
Thank you, Rubber Duck. Thank you, Field. And everybody, for those that I didn't get to your questions, I've got to get ready for John Baxter's show here with Anti-Aging MedBed. He will be coming on here 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Field is here every Monday, everybody. So if you want to come back with your questions, and if you have any questions regarding the Children's Crusade, please reach out to me at either the email Field gave us earlier in the podcast, or you can reach out to me at the revivalofamerica@yahoo.com. We will get your questions answers as we continue to know things as this continues to grow and I don't know, manifest itself, right? But with that, everybody,
this word, Jenny. How about this word, evolve?
There you go. That's what I was looking for. There you go. Evolve. As it continues to evolve, you guys will know more information here. We will bring it to you. Also, too, come back for John's. You're going to want to hear the information that we have recently said. Recently found out with my dad another test, and my dad is cancer-free, everybody. So I'm super, super stoked about it. We know the challenges that he's been going through and the work he's put in with John stuff, but you're going to want to hear this. So come back 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll have John Baxter, and then Derek Johnson will be on later this evening here, 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And Mr. Santino, go ahead. I know you wanted to say something. Go ahead, my friend.
I want to say that's great news that you just announced, Jenny, and I want to thank you for having a platform here and everywhere else to give a place for a community of people to go there and learn and talk and feel welcome and not feel alone. And thank you, Phil. It was a pleasure listening to you, and same with you, Rubber Duck. It was just a great, great space, lots of information. And I remember the day that President Trump spoke about the med beds, and they are there. The technology's there, and it's coming to surface. It's coming to fruition. It's coming to everybody. So thank you so much for having me.
God bless you, Jenny. God bless you, Field. Love you guys.
Love you, Rubber Duck. Love you, Santino. Love you, Field. Both Rubber Duck and Santino, you guys are more than welcome to come back for the other the shows. So yeah, come join us. And everybody here, have a great rest of your day. Field, love you. God bless. We'll see you back here Monday.
Okay, and in the meantime, please ask John Baxter, and I will be listening, but it's a well-kept secret that I have a girlfriend. And notice I didn't say she's in England. I didn't say she's 67. And I didn't say she has cataracts. But could you ask John Baxter if the med beds can cure or ameliorate or mitigate cataracts? Over to you, Jenny, and goodbye. I love you. Thank you.
Absolutely. I will do that for you for sure. So yes, come back everybody, 4:30 p.m. Central or Eastern Standard Time. We will have John on. We can talk about what he's got going on over there with his technologies. God bless you guys. I will be uploading this to all the podcast hosts and the social media. So if you came in late, you want to share it, please do. It'll be up here shortly. God bless you. See you soon, everybody. Thank you, Rubber Duck Santino, for coming. I love it.
All right. What was that like? Oh. I can't even do it. Duck call. So while Field was on, I was taking another look at Tulsi Gabbard's video down there in El Salvador, and there's footage of her down there, like a good amount of footage, and so I don't understand what's up with this video that we watched. It's right at the 17-second mark, which makes me wonder if it's some kind of sign. But I have a theory.
And first of all, I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the
Try
United
and
States of
pause
America
it
to bring
right
our
at the
terrorists here and to
glitch.
incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence that they have perpetuated in our communities. I also want everybody to
only
know if you
one
come to our country illegally.
Thing I can think of, right? Grabs his pants. I'm wondering if he yanked his pants down and they cut it out, or if he flashed a gang sign. All right, let me put.
This is one.
It's real quick. His hands are on his pants, and then they're suddenly at his sides. Now, they could have tried to cut it if she, like, messed up and then wanted to start over again, but it's so smooth, she'd literally have to be robotic to do that. So I don't think it's that, but I'll play it again.
Illegally. This is one of the.
I don't know. It's so weird. Maybe when she came back, she just wanted to film something extra. I don't know. Maybe the media messed with it, you know. At this point, we've got a couple of problems. One, if the media knows their time is short and they're about to go down, they're really going to be nefarious. And number two, again, we've got so many new experts out there that everything, everywhere, just is getting passed around. It takes 2 seconds for something to make the rounds. I only see it getting worse. But on the other hand, I'm excited about April 2nd. I think you guys should be too. I feel like it's the end of the Fed. I really do. I've got a haunting feeling he's gonna do it officially. And that also goes to the point that Elon says he's gonna be leaving Doge in May. Maybe it's because their work will be done. That's my thinking. Maybe he'll make the announcement. Maybe it'll go into effect May 1st. I don't know. But I've got hope, and I've got a good feeling about it. And it aligns with a lot of things. No, it wouldn't be the first time we've been let down, but, you know, on the other side of things, I guess the way you really have to look at it is what's happening right now, for better or worse. It's God's will, and He knows what He wants to happen. we just kind of have to play it out at the end of the day. But, you know, you feel like, on the one hand, you feel like, well, you know, if we're headed towards this chaos, end of the world stuff, I would have prepared. On the other hand, would you really be doing anything different right now? I don't know. So, we just take it as it comes, but it does play a bit of a toll on you. It's like a mental game every day to try and decipher the freaking news. And I really pride myself on trying to bring you guys the right stuff, but and what do? You sure as hell can't go to the mainstream media outlets for stuff, so kind of is what it is. We'll keep watching these stories though, but I think, like they said, I wouldn't read too much into them when you see them. I didn't hear Robert Kennedy say anything about being human or whatever. Sounds like something he would say, but it's true. I mean, it's very, very true. We're all human. Everybody makes mistakes. But I'd really like to see the world on the right path, and you guys more so than me, because a lot of you are older than me. I'd like to see you have some peace in your lives really, really badly. I'd really like to see that for all of you. And I'd like to see that spread around the world as other countries form their own governments with real candidates or whatever they want to do for the first time without interference and manipulation and propaganda. I don't know. I'd like to see what Elon came up with today, though, going through the CIA and talking about downsizing. So we'll be looking at all that tomorrow, of course. Other than that, I would apologize for my language today, but Field can top me 100 times over. So Field's a character, but I have a feeling he's a pretty damn good guy. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. For what it's worth, I know I was a bit cranky today, but I hope you learned something, and we'll go on from here. Just don't take any of it too seriously right now. That's hard to say. That was really hard to say. Don't take any of it seriously. Jeez. Don't take any of it seriously. I don't know if that's good advice or bad advice. Yeah, you're right, Noreen. It's time to get some coffee. Maybe that's my problem. I have not had any coffee today. That could definitely be my problem. But you guys are sweet. God bless you. If you're one of the new people that subscribed, welcome. God bless you. And I'm sorry the episode was slightly on the negative side today, but it's things that have to be said. I didn't mean to say it in any wrong way, but we'll cheer it up tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. What else is going on tomorrow? Oliver Stone is testifying in Congress about JFK documents, so I hope that'll be televised. We shall see. If you haven't subscribed, think about subscribing. I'm going to be around for a while, for better or worse. Get used to me. They can't get rid of me here. I love you guys. Thank you, everybody, for cheering me up tonight and for hanging out and having fun and for being here every night. God bless you. Much, much love to you, and I will see you at the same time tomorrow. I think I came on a little early tonight. I was really bored, but same time tomorrow. Love you guys. Good night.
How about new?
Gee, it's not even going in. It's just falling straight out. It's a whole something happening.
One more thing. Pray. No matter what, whether you believe it or not, what's happening. Virginia Guffrey, pray for her. And yes, pray for Tracy here on the channel. And Cup, if for some reason you're not back in the next couple days, you have a happy birthday, my friend, all right? God bless you guys. I will see you later.
Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. Together, we have the same mission. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts are inscribed the values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly declares, "In God we trust." And it's why we proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with deep faith, big dreams, and humble beginnings. The next generation of American leaders never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage to be yourself. America is better when people put their faith into action. Pray to God and follow His teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its Creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take a little time to think things over. I better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm older. Mountain I must climb feels like the world upon my shoulder. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life grows colder. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. you're alone, 'cause I'll be gone. Gone, 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 really gone, 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 'cause you done me wrong. And everyone that you meet, baby, as you walk down the street, baby, will ask you why you walking all alone, and why you're on your own. And just say I'm gone, 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 'cause you done me wrong.
What if it turns out better than you could have ever imagined? What if all of the changes that you're making in your life right now are leading to something more beautiful than you could have ever envisioned? Yes, things could go wrong. Yes, things could go sideways. But they could also turn into a beautiful miracle. You don't know. So I challenge you, next time you're overthinking or you're doubting something, put that thought in your mind. What if things turned out better than I could have ever imagined? Because they might.
Here tonight as a determined American who loves our country. And my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America. On this day, we start the beginning of a new American century. A time when we turn our heads forward with persistent and relentless focus on protecting our communities, our families, and our country, with our feet firmly planted on the ground, and by holding individuals accountable for their actions.
Does he have the temperament to be commander-in-chief?
Yeah, no doubt. I think the American people are much, much smarter than you know. We should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country and our way of life. If we lose freedom here, there is no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
you want to take over a planet, okay, if you want to completely take over a planet, the first thing that you have to do is you have to take out the alpha males or the strong males from the planet. Because the strong alpha males protect the divine feminine. Through television and films, how they are feminizing men more and more and more. You'll see men dressed up in female clothes. The cane is a phallus or male energy. The two circles on either side are to control the male energy. This is not to empower the female in any way. This is a trick to make it look like that it's empowering the female, when in fact it is taking away the protection from the female. The feminism movement that happened in the 60s was to destroy the family unit from the inside out.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed.
General William Walker, the commanding general of the District of Columbia National Guard. Major, thank you for joining us this morning. Can you start out by saying what the current threat level is? Do you have what you need in place to counter it?
Good morning, sir. I do believe we have everything. If I can first say happy holiday for Dr. Martin Luther King, and please allow me to say how proud I am of the almost 25,000 National Guardsmen who have come in from all 50 states and territories to help support the Secret Service and the police departments with a peaceful transition of military power, 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 with a peaceful transition of military power.